नंबर है? हाँ जी। अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा, ऐसे करो ना, एक तो ना अच्छा ऐसे लिख लीजिए तो एक
इधर गए हैं स्पीकर
नहीं नहीं बराबर इसका टैग कहाँ किसी और को लगाना पड़ेगा।
मैडम का फेस कर रहे हैं, मैडम का फेस कर रहे हैं। जैसे हमें इसके ICOEH पे जाना है तो कैसे लेंगे?
अब उनसे ले ला, तू वहाँ तक जाएगा, उनसे ले ले।
हाँ ठीक है, जरूर नहीं मेरे पीछे पीछे घूमना, कहीं कर ले फोटो। एक सीट इनको भी दे दो, एक सीट। हाँ जी मैम बोलिए। You just go and please talk to. Can you come on spot counter? हाँ please. I will give you some number, then talk to those repatriates. उसके नीचे है, मतलब जो मैम का जो डेस्क है ना, जहाँ मैम बैठती है उसके नीचे वाले में, यहाँ पे नीचे पूरे। नाम डाल के देना, ठीक है सर? वो उनका तो अभी था ना, उनको भेज दो। हाँ ठीक है, उनको बाद में आएंगे ना, कहना बाद में, उसके साथ सर का कंसल्टेंट WH ऑर्गेनाइजेशन सर आपको 6,000 सर अच्छा ओके सर।
ICOEH का भी मेंबर हूँ।
अच्छा आप सर उसे मेंबर सर, मैं आपका बना दूँगा
6,000 कैश।
सर अभी जो रिसिप्ट दे रहा हूँ इसमें अगर आपको वो लगेगा कि यू नीड सिग्नेचर ऑल्सो फॉर सेक्रेटरी, तो वो मैं सर आपको करा दूँगा बाद में, मेरे पास इसके बाद आ जाइएगा। एक्चुअली अभी सर हम आए हैं बिजी होते हैं।
नहीं
सर का वो नंबर डालो, उसका नंबर डालो रिसिप्ट नंबर, इसमें जहाँ रजिस्ट्रेशन है नंबर डाल दीजिए। सर का नहीं यूज़ कराना क्या, ये सेकंड नंबर पर कौन
चलिए अभी कैश में लगाओ।
अच्छा इसका नंबर डाल दो, उनका 150 दे दो सर का सर को फिट दे दो। सर मैं अभी नहीं आया तो किसी को ये सर एक हमारे पास वो भी
प्रोग्राम का है।
चलो 2 मिनट में आ रही है, मतलब सर्टिफिकेट वो भी रिसिप्ट भी चाहिए। DALBOLINE.CUMM INS9860998708. पिछले वाले से पूछें कि इस वाले नाम का कुछ एक्सचेंज हुआ है क्या, एक बार देखो किस एक्सचेंज हुआ है उस काउंटर के साथ। मार्कर्स हैं क्या तुम्हारे साथ? मार्कर्स एक ही है अभी, बताओ एक बार एक्सचेंज हुआ है या फिर उससे बात करें, पार्चर से बात करेगा।
देखो क्या क्या चीज़ें, सोवेनियर अभी नहीं, सोवेनियर बाद में, सर को भी बोल दिया
सर किट भी नहीं आया।
सर आफ्टर इनॉग्रेशन वी विल गिव यू सोवेनियर बिकॉज देयर विल बी ओपनिंग सेरेमनी।
Little film, otherwise no.
Yes, it is 10 years value. Just make sure it's like half the
और बच्चे बच्चे मैं दे दूँगा, तुम इधर भी ले आओ उनके पार्टिसिपेशन वाली सर्टिफिकेट
मैं लेके आई थी वो
और ले आओ नहीं अरुण पार्टिसिपेशन वाला सर्टिफिकेट।
Completed the registration and come back. I kept the post there. No one has turned up till now. They told me to complete the registration process and come
ओके,
back.
तो व्हाट यू गॉट?
I got bag and this one there.
Receipt we have not given na? You already paid na?
Yeah, I gave them.
I will give you receipt. ये रखिए बच्चे ठीक है। अरुण we need this participation वाले फॉर्म सबके नाम लिखवा दो आप एक साथ में। हाँ जी सर,
रिसीट बुक है ना तुम्हारे पास?
यही है सर, एक है मेरे पास।
कौन सा है ना तुम्हारे पास सफिशिएंट? पता नहीं लगता इसलिए नहीं तो पहले भी लिया होता तो मेरा एक्चुअली आगे का मैं नहीं आपका नाम लेके आऊँगा।
Process items to COPPA guidelines and other anti-tobacco measures in government schemes of urban youth. For this, it is part of a larger study in customer evaluation that required 16
But I think it's important to research more on this area so that more advocacy can be done. Yes, sir.
Is it in consonance with the normal physiological process of the
breast milk? Up to what age do you expect the breast milk?
Breast milk for 2 years and beyond, sir.
Up to what age? But what are the various reasons when it is physiologically failing? What are the possible reasons?
Physiologically valid for what?
You said more than 2 years the breast milk is expected physiologically in
Yes.
every woman.
Yes.
I mean, whosoever is breastfeeding. But here it is less than 2 years.
Yes.
So what are the possible reasons and
Okay,
their interventional?
Sir, there are very good questions, sir. There are two things actually. One is that we mothers feel that breast milk is insufficient. Mothers and also their family members, they feel that breast milk is insufficient because baby is crying and something. And second is actually breast milk is insufficient. And we have found in our ICOEH practices and other things also that most of the time they feel that it is insufficient. Actually, it is not.
That is their
That is
perception
the-
only. Their perception only.
It's a perception.
Yes.
Sir, in your study, the findings, they also reflect the perceptions of the females. That may not be the
Yes,
actual proportion of
yes.
women who are having insufficient milk.
Yes, exactly. That is why they are reasons. That is the qualitative component of the study.
So that
it is
is
subjective.
Yes.
It is
So
subjective.
that means if you give health education to all the lactating mothers,
Exactly.
to till the time the breast milk is there, they should keep on feeding.
Yes, sustainability of that is what is the recommendation.
There is a requirement for health education in the masses.
Very true, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have seen that. We have
हाँ सर in other private colleges yes sir okay sir
That is exclusive breastfeeding and complementary feeding in the working mothers who are healthcare providers. So these were the aims and objectives to study the exclusive breastfeeding and associated factors among the healthcare providers, and it was a cross-sectional study conducted as a part of my thesis from the period between November 2016 and April 2018 in UCMS and GDB Hospital. The criteria for study participants were they had to be currently employed as faculty, senior residents, medical officers or nurses in UCMS and GDB Hospital. Also, they should have a child of age between 6 months and 2 years. We used a pre-tested schedule for socio-demographic details, and also the second part was a partial adaptation from WHO Manual of Indicators for Assessment of ICOEH Practices. Sample size was calculating, assuming the estimated proportion as 50%, and the sample size came out to be 96. Data was collected at the institution itself. The healthcare provider mothers were contacted at their respective workplaces and assessed for eligibility. Then those who were eligible and consented to participate in the study were explained about the purpose, and as per their working shift, a convenient time was chosen, and then they were contacted at
group stay of more than 1 year in the old age homes, and all those who consent to participate in the study were taken, and the persons who were already existing diagnosed with psychiatric or neurological conditions were excluded. So out of 182, I have taken 148 of the study subjects. My independent variables were age, sex, marital status, living with partners, educational qualification and monthly income. Independent variable were quality of life and psychological distress. The tools which I have used was, one was semi-structured pro forma for socio-demographic profile, The other one was WHO Quality of Life Graph Scale. It was a 4-point scale, 26-item scale, and which has 4 domains, namely physical, psychological, social, and environmental. And for psychological distress, I have used Kessler 10 scale, which is for analysis I used SPSS and this thing. For my, social demographic profile, majority of them are female. As you say, the elderly population is, there is feminization of older population also. According to nearly 60% is that, and majority of them are widows, and illiterate were 30%, and most of them are constituted in the free stay old age homes, work in the free stay old age homes. And the quality of life study, all domain scores.
Dr. Chavi Kiran?
Yes.
Dr. Shreya Rasana?
Yes, yes.
Thank you, ma'am, for the valedictory session. The valedictory for the best paper award will be given in the final valedictory session.
I welcome you all here. I would request all of you at the back, please come in the front. We have a lot of vacant seats in the front. Please, I request all of you to please come in the front. Please settle down fast. Delegates at the back, please come in the front and settle down fast so that we can start the inauguration process. The world is in the midst of crisis of climate change. With the ongoing environmental issues like air pollution, plastic pollution of oceans, there is an utmost need to find out the solutions to such issues. Else the health effects like cardiorespiratory problems, mental health issues, cancers, behavioral problems like autism, etc. will spread in the form of an irreversible epidemic. Global journey to a low carbon and climate resilient future will necessarily involve the world of work and those who actually do the job. Employment in the green jobs in particular is a part of solution to this climate change. Globalization has spurred economic growth, but with the limited resources to sustain a population of 7.7 billion, a healthy workforce is a need of ours. Workers, they represent the half of the world's population and the major contributors to the economic and social development. Overall development remains incomplete without addressing this major sector of working population. Working mothers, especially those engaged in the informal sector, not only themselves work in unsafe conditions, but the burden is shared by the children as well. India has emerged as one of the fastest growing economy on the global platform, which has been possible due to the large chunk of working population, technological advancements, and change in the work practices. For India, the need to change from business strategies to responsible business strategies is urgent if we have to tackle the issues like health, nutrition, education, water scarcity, climate change, particularly with its population of over 1.2 billion people. So to address this important issue, Department of Community Medicine, Lady Hardinge Medical College, in collaboration with Vardhaman Mahavir Medical College and Association of Occupational and Environmental Health, has taken an initiative to hold this conference with the theme Healthy, Safe, Stress-Free Workplace and Environment, Vision 2035, which is a technology-driven and aims to develop quality of life of each Indian by scaling of technologies in the area of climate change, energy, waste management, and livelihood and education. Now, I request all the dignitaries to kindly grace the seats on the dais. Please give a round of applause for everyone. I welcome our chief guest, Sister B.K. Shivani. She is a Goodwill Ambassador of World Psychiatric Association. Our patrons, Dr. Shiv Lal, who is ex-Special Directorate General of Health Services, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and President of Association of Occupational and Environmental Health. Dr. Rajiv Garg, our Director, Lady Hardinge Medical College and Associated Hospitals. Dr. N.N. Mathur, Principal, Vardhaman Mahavir Medical College and Subdivision Hospital. Dr. Barry Krishnasamy, Head Occupational Health and Compensation Commissioner, Department of Health, South Africa. Our organizing chairpersons, Dr. S.K. Rasania, who is a Director Professor and Head, Department of Community Medicine, Lady Hardinge Medical College. Dr. Jugal Kishore, Director Professor and Head at Department of Community Medicine, Vardhaman Mahavir Medical College. All esteemed guests, honorable speakers, participants, fellow residents, medical and nursing students, and delegates from the corporate sector. Now, I request Dr. Nazish to welcome our chief guest, Sister B.K. Shivani, with the bouquet. Please give a round of applause. Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Dr. Risa to welcome Dr. Shivlal with the bouquet. Thank you, Risa. Now I request Dr. Aparna Jain to welcome our Director, Lady Hardinge Medical College, Dr. Rajiv Garg with a bouquet. Now I request Dr. Nazish to welcome Dr. N.N. Mathur with a bouquet. Now I request Dr. Risa to welcome Dr. Berry with a bouquet. May I now request the most energetic, enthusiastic Dr. S.K. Rasania, our organizing chairperson, 4th International Conference of Occupational and Environmental Health, Director Professor, Head of Community Medicine, whose continuous efforts and guidance has made this event possible, to kindly welcome our audience. Please give a round of applause.
Respected Sister Shivani, respected Director Sir, Dr. Rajiv Garg, Honorable Dr. Shivlal Sir, Dr. Mathur, Dr. Berry, Dr. Jugal, and all other colleagues and friends in the audience. It is an honor to welcome you all to the 4th International Conference on Occupational and Environmental Health. This year, the Department of Community Medicine at Lady Hardinge Medical College has taken the initiative to organize this conference. I, along with my team of faculty members and residents, welcome all the international and national delegates, speakers, and participants to this grand event. The theme of this year's conference is Healthy, Safe, Stress-Free Workplace and Environment, Vision 2035. I am happy to inform that we have nearly more than 350 participants and delegates from more than 15 countries from all over the world who are participating in this event. Lady Hardy Medical College, which is situated in the heart of the city, in Connaught Place, which is the largest financial hub of Delhi. In total, and we are currently having 14 faculty members with annual intake of 8 postgraduate students. We are providing primary health care through 3 satellite centers in community. Regarding this conference and pre-conference events, we had 8 pre-conference workshops under the banner of 4th International Conference. The topic of pre-conference workshop were environment health in disaster and emergencies, climate change and health impact, biomedical waste and infection control, silicosis and TB prevention, stress management, substance abuse at workplace, pre-hospital trauma management, asbestos-related diseases. A total of nearly 250 attended the pre-conference workshop and more than 120 MTS attended the biomedical waste and infection control workshop. These workshops already been concluded and one workshop will be on 16th of February. Over the next 2.5 days, you all will hear from more than 20 renowned international and national expert speakers. They will be sharing their knowledge, experience and best practices with us. To learn from the best practice of other sectors is one way for us to learn. I believe all participants attending this conference will benefit greatly from the presentation and workshops. All participants, especially the postgraduate students and young researchers, will be gaining valuable knowledge from these sessions. Organizing such events could not have been possible without blessings and guidance of seniors. We take this opportunity to welcome our esteemed patrons whose timely guidance in our life has brought us in this place. We would like to welcome our mentor, guide, public health informer, a man with vision, Dr. Shivlal, ex-special DG and President of Association of Occupational and Environment Health. Welcome, sir. We welcome a great administrator, faculty and student friendly, our director, Dr. Rajiv Garg, who provided all possible support for us as and when we approached him. Welcome, sir. My welcome also goes to Dr. N. Mathur, who is currently the principal of Bardhaman Medical College and Southern Hospital, without whose support and constant encouragement, this event would not have been taken place. We welcome prominent public health figure of South Africa, Dr. Barry, who has done commendable work in the field of occupational and environment health. Welcome, sir. In my free time, I used to watch various spiritual TV programs. I once came across this wonderful interactive session in one of the programs that really touched my heart. It was more of a life-changing lesson for me. Then one day, I got the opportunity to meet this divine personality through one of my departmental colleagues. After that meeting, I thought a lot more people should go to listen to such amazing words. When we were deciding the theme of the conference, Healthy, Safe, Stress-Free Workplace and Environment, unanimously in the department, we decided that we would love to spread a word of positivity by this divine soul who had helped many. It was my dream, basically, that has come true, to welcome Sister Shivani, who is a great motivational speaker. She is a goodwill ambassador of World Psychiatric Association. In 2014, she was awarded a Woman of the Decade Achiever Award by SHM Ladies League for excellence in empowering spiritual consciousness. We welcome you, sister. We take this moment to appreciate the untiring effort and delicacy of my faculty and residents who have worked day and night for success of this conference. We welcome all of them. We also welcome all the delegates and the speakers who have come from faraway place for this 3 days academic festival. In the last, I want to quote the words of Sister Shivani: "When I is replaced with a V, even illness becomes wellness." So with this, I again welcome all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would request our esteemed guests to light the lamp and inaugurate this event. Thank you so much, dignitaries. Now, next, our dear undergraduate students, the most talented youth of this college, will take the blessings for this event from Goddess Saraswati. I hope Goddess Saraswati be with us for all this time during this event. Dr. Rajiv Garg, our Director Professor of Ophthalmology and our Director, Lady Hardinge Medical College and Associated Hospitals, New Delhi, has an extensive experience in ophthalmology. He has served as a convener and faculty at various annual conferences of various academic societies. Sir has been always a source of inspiration for us due to his humble nature and constant support throughout the preparation of this conference. I would request Sir to say a few words to all of us.
Respected dignitaries on the dais and dear friends. So it's a great honor for me to welcome all the international and national delegates, speakers and participants of this 4th International Conference on Occupational and Environmental Health being held at our institute, which is more than 102 years old now. So this conference is an important theme about the environment, and as we can see that every winter Delhi, the city experiences a lot of environmental hazard in form of pollution, air pollution. And not only that, there is workplace pollution, there is pollution, there is occupational hazards of our workers, including doctors and paramedical workers and the nursing staff. So it's a very important burning topic of the day. To tell you a little background, most of the local delegates know about this institution. Lady Hardinge, the wife of the then Viceroy of India, in 1912 had this concept of making a medical college exclusively for women students, because at that time there were patients, hordes and hordes of women patients who had nowhere to go, and it was the underprivileged lot which was primarily in our mind, and therefore this college was started. And it came into being on the 8th of February 1916, and the untimely death of Lady Hardinge prompted the Queen of that time to ask the people here, the administrators, to name this college in memory of Lady Hardinge. And of course, today it's hard to imagine that in those days the college was surrounded by a jungle, and only the Rashtrapati Bhavan, the foundations were being laid, and there was no Connaught Place, and it was all a nice environment all around. And as you can see now, we are sitting in the center of the heart of the city, and with so much of traffic all around. But we have tried to make the environs of this institution patient-friendly and doctor-friendly and paramedical-friendly, and we find that the environs have increased, have improved a lot. So the institute has only women as undergraduates, but we have postgraduates of all, males and females. And initially the college started only with 16 students, but now we have a batch of 200 undergraduates and almost 150 postgraduates, which are again going to increase soon. And we have 19 specialties in which we are giving the postgraduate degrees. And it was the first government college to have, at that time when the ultrasound machines came, it was the first time it came to the Lady Hardinge. And it has many firsts in its name. And again, it has now with the redevelopment plan, we are going to have a huge increase in number of beds, increase in the number of super specialties, and all kinds of equipment are being added. So with this background, I will wish this conference the best, and I hope all the delegates will benefit greatly from this conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for briefing our delegates for the history of Lady Hardinge Medical College. Now, I would request Dr. Anita Shankar Acharya, Chairperson Souvenir Committee, to kindly do the needful for the release of the souvenir of this conference.
Respected Sister Shivani, Goodwill Ambassador, World Association of Psychiatry, our friend Dr. Berry, the Compensation Commissioner and Head of Occupational Department, ICOEH, South Africa, our friends Professor Garg, Professor Mathur, Professor Rasania, Professor Jigul. I am seeing some of the executive member of the Association of Occupational Health and Environment, some known faces, Dr. Sanjeev Kumar, Dr. Sunila Garg, distinguished delegates and friends. First of all, let me join Director Dr. Rajiv Garg and Professor Rasania on the behalf of the Association of Occupational Health and Environment. Welcome all the dignitaries sitting here, distinguished guests and delegates. Like Professor Asanya, I also see sometimes Sister Shivani in conversation with Mr. O'Brien. When her name was proposed, the Association of Occupational Health and Environment readily agreed as a chief guest of this conference. Thank you very much for that. Now, friends, all occupations affect human health. Therefore, occupational diseases are rampant throughout the world. Occupational processes do affect environment and one of the main reasons for climate change. It is also realized that economic growth and development have complicated occupational and environmental issues. Out of total Indian population, which is near more than 1.2 billion, nearly 63% constitute working age group. The working populations are unaware of the hazards associated with their occupation. Similarly, the organizations or owners of the industries are also unaware about the hazards resulting from improper workplace. One of the felt need for promoting occupational and environmental health in India is creating awareness about it amongst the people. Also, there is a paucity of data and management strategies pertaining to priority diseases such as silicosis, pneumocosis, injuries, depression, etc. With this mandate in mind, we, particularly the office bearers of the Association of Occupational Health and Environment, discussed together that let us have a association which is registered. Though this association was formed in 2010, but we went for registrations, myself and Professor Jugal Kishore, to get it registered. Now it is a registered Association of Occupational Health and Environment. That was in 2018. The main overall aims and objective of this conference is the association shall provide a common platform and to organize into association all the professional workings in the field of occupational health, safety, environment, to share knowledge, ideas, experiences, interest and concern for the contemporary development of this branch of science. That is why we are here. I think this is the 4th international conference. The 3 conferences have already been held where the department like Mola Medical College, PSM department, Vardhaman Medical College, and also the National Institute of Health and Family Welfare, they were involved. Now, through our activities, we have established bond, commitment, and continuous patronage of the prestigious associations of international repute, such as International Commission on Occupational Health, Italy, Oslo University, Norway, National Institute of Disaster Management, New Delhi Center for Inquiry, India, ESI, and Indian Public Health Associations, IPHA, Indian Association of Adolescent Health, and Jamia Hamdard, Scientific and Hospitals, and others. Our delegates represent more than 20 countries, a number increasing every conference, every year. Number of scientific presentations in the form of oral poster presentations has increased manifold. All papers presented in the conference, reports, and recommendations of the workshops and conferences have been published in peer-reviewed journals and available on the Google's Scholars and website for wider circulations. We are one of the youngest professional body which has been registered, as I told you, in 2018 as leaders in the field of occupational and environmental health. It is because of the executive team which is dedicated to achieve goals of association that it envisions safety of environment and practice of high standards of occupational health in developing countries like India. With the help of international professionals, the association moving towards generating momentum for healthy change in all workplaces, so that not only workers but also their families, environment, and community can be safe and healthy. Friends, not only this association but other institutes, they are also involved. Recently, I attended one of the workshop in National Institute of Health where they have discussed the safety at the workplace. Now, with these few remarks, I once again welcome all the delegates, and I am grateful on the behalf of the Association of Occupational and Environmental Health that we will discuss which should be the organizing institution in Delhi or India. When we contacted the Lady Harding Medical College, and they immediately agreed. Thank you very much for that, Dr. Rajiv and Dr. Rasanya. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Dr. N.N. Mathur, Principal, Vardhaman Mahavir Medical College in Safdarjung. He's a Director Professor of ENT and has been awarded with various fellowships like ICMR Fellowship at Sinasati, Children's Hospital USA, Commonwealth Fellowship in Pediatric ENT at Great Ormond Hospital for Sick Children in London, and WHO Fellowship at House Ear Institute. I would request sir to say a few words to all of you.
The chief guest for today, Sister Shivani, Dr. Barry Krishnasamy, Head Occupational Health and Compensation Commissioner, ICOEH, South Africa, Dr. Rajiv Garg, Director, Lady Harding Medical College, Dr. Shivlal, former Special Director General Health Services and President of Association of Occupational and Environmental Health, Dr. Rasania, HOD Community Medicine here, Dr. Jugal Kishore, international delegates, national delegates, faculty, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great privilege for me to participate in this inauguration session today of this international scientific event being organized with the collaborative effort of three bodies, namely Lady Harding, which is my former place of work, VMMC and Safdarjung Hospital, where I'm presently affiliated, and the Association of Occupational and Environmental Health. I think that such collaboration is a very healthy trend, for I believe that it yields much better results when the things are organized in collaborative manner than by a single organization. And we in Delhi are very fortunate to have such many highly acclaimed institutes and scientific bodies which can collaborate more and more on a daily basis in holding and organizing the events, especially when it comes to the field of research, training, and teaching. Occupation and environmental health probably needs little more emphasis in our curriculum for medical graduates. And this fortunately has been addressed in the educational objectives which are being laid in the competency-based undergraduate curriculum, which is under process of being making for the Indian medical graduates. Even the topics like environmental toxicology has been added into the curriculum. Besides, there is also a need felt to start some focus courses in the subspecialty of this community medicine and public health. And we at VMMC and Sutherland Hospital are working on starting a DM course in occupational and environmental health. Hopefully it may start soon. I'm sure the scientific presentation in discussions held during this conference will be of immense help to all the health professionals and the care providers in the field, and I wish the conference all success. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your blessings. Dr. Benek Isnasami, who has an extensive public health experience. He has worked with WHO, ILO, and World Bank and served on many national and international boards, committees, and commissions. He currently heads occupational health in the Department of Health of South Africa and is a compensation commissioner for occupational lung diseases in workers and ex-workers in the mines and work sector in South Africa. So please say a few words to the audience.
The program director, Sister Shivani, and other colleagues who are on the dais with me, colleagues in the occupational fraternity. It's customary that we normally, well in South Africa, and I hope it's culturally acceptable here, is just to have a moment of silence for the departed souls of the workers who die at work on a daily basis, who've passed on in previous lives and who get injured. So I just ask everybody to stand and just have a moment of silence for the workers that have passed on.
And also who lost their life in the last day in Inauguration, Srinagar. So we stand for just 2 minutes.
And I look after a compensation fund of approximately $300 million for occupational lung diseases. And over the last 2 days, we participated in a very important workshop on silicosis and TB. And was very important. And earlier on this week, I visited Jaipur and was very involved in a meeting with ministry officials at state level, NGOs working in silicosis, and occupational professionals, particularly from AIMS, and was just tremendous to see the work. And I must congratulate the government of Rajasthan for the e-Mitra portal. It's a state-of-the-art portal of how shared services across government can look after the citizens of that state. And I'm not too sure about what's happening across at the federal level and other states in India, but it was a state-of-the-art portal, and in fact we want to make use, if it's possible, for a shared model for that system for the ex-mine workers of South Africa. I look after 1.6 million ex-mine workers in Southern Africa. 800,000 of them are alive, and we have to provide what are called post-employment services, because things like silicosis, pneumoconiosis, poll workers' pneumoconiosis come 10 to 20 years after the person has actually left work. And if you don't provide chest x-rays, lung functions, and medical screening services, and certification panels, then you actually can't provide the services to the workers in terms of that. Of course, we should prevent exposure to dust, but unfortunately when people do get it, the services. So the government of Rajasthan must be congratulated for this portal, which means that people can access services, they can get onto the system, they can get appointments. Yes, there are systemic problems of not enough panel doctors and getting access, but the fact that you're actually being registered on the system, 28,000 people have been registered, 21,000 are awaiting the panels and the certification. But that's a tremendous move forward, and I think we must congratulate the government and officials that actually try to deliver services for people. So let me work through some of the issues that talk to us. Last year I was privileged to attend the United Nations high-level meeting on tuberculosis. It was the 5th health sector problem that was brought to the United Nations in September, the United Nations high-level meeting on tuberculosis. The BRICS countries, of which India is part of, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, make up 56% of the world's TB burden. When I leave this meeting on Sunday, on Monday I go to a BRICS meeting of health officials. The Indian Medical Research Council and the program director will be there, Manjula Singh and other colleagues from India, together with Brazil, Russia, China and ourselves. And I lead the delegation of South Africa, the 4-member team, to the meeting in Rio. That's saying, how do we sort out new diagnostics for TB, new drugs for TB, and a new vaccine for TB by actually putting us together. But one of the key areas at the UN high-level meeting was the fact that we addressed vulnerability of workers. There are 250 million workers exposed to silica in the world, and they are vulnerable in terms of TB. We managed to get it into the declaration. We have health workers who come down with TB on a daily basis. We managed to get that into the declaration. We managed to get prisoners and correctional services populations, because overcrowding in prisons, we managed to get that into the declaration. We managed to get migrants into the declaration. So what we are asking is that as we translate the UN high-level goals, how do we bring it down to the state level, and how do we bring it, the federal state, and how do we bring it down to state level in terms of the TB control program, which in our case in India is linked to the silicosis program. So amongst other things, how do we actually translate that? And hopefully conferences like these have to take forward the message. While in South Africa we've got a vertical program where the occupational lung diseases are separate from the TB program, but it's a start in India. So hopefully we will ultimately get a program that goes forward in terms of that. The second issue to touch on is class action. Multinationals cannot get away with the problems. We now have approximately a $500 million fund, a class action against 6 gold mining companies. So you can Google it. Class action for settlement on TB and silicosis. Anglo-American Corporation, Anglo Gold Ashanti. So these are multinationals, combined value around 10 to 15 billion dollars in the world. They control mining, gold mining in the world. But they were sued in the High Court in South Africa and the Constitutional Court, and we have a class action now that's out of court settlement that's kicked in. As of December this year, we'll be setting up the trust, which distributes monies to people. Now we can't bring back help, we can't bring back the dead, but at least we can make some respite. Now the key area is that unfortunately India is sitting with small and medium enterprises in mining or in many of its things, and 80 to 90% is in the informal economy. So how do you deal with informal economy workers versus formal economy workers? South Africa is 70% formal economy and 30% in the informal economy. So part of that process is that how do we actually do the outreach beyond the formal sector? So most of us in this room are what are called formal sector employees. We pay taxes, we work for Lady Harding Medical School, we work for the ministry, etc. But out in the street is street traders, waste pickers, a whole lot of informal sector people. And part of the process is how does the association, sir, reach out to the informal sector, to the small and medium and micro enterprises. That's actually the engine room for India's growth. I'm glad to be here. We'll be talking on social protection on Saturday afternoon, and I hope many of you are here, dealing with issues like how do we move in terms of middle income economies that are on high growth paths that actually promote and protect workers' health, but actually has a safety net, universal health coverage alongside universal health insurance, and the funding mechanisms are also, there are social protection nets in workers' populations that we need to look at. Pension funds, provident funds, unemployment insurance funds, etc. And one of the tricks is how do we deal with the informal economy. Thank you for having me, and God bless.
Thank you so much, Dr. Berry. Now, it's the final time that I'll be calling, it's my great honor to call upon my chief guest for the conference, Sister B.K. Shivani, who conducts motivational courses through public seminars and television programs. With a background of engineering, she has an ability to analyze deep-rooted emotions like ego, stress, anger, fear. She is empowering people to take personal responsibility of their personal and professional lives. Please welcome the Goodwill Ambassador of World Psychiatric Association, and she will be talking about safe, stress-free workplaces now.
Om Shanti and good morning. We all here together and we're talking about creating a safe environment though we're focusing at work, but if we look at it in a bigger perspective, it's the complete environment which needs to be safe today. And then comes the question, who is the creator of this environment? Because when we talk about safety and an environmental change, we have a lot of people on whom we can point fingers. And we say, they are responsible, and they are responsible, and they are responsible. And then we say, who's going to create a change? Again, we have a lot of people on whom we can point fingers and we say, they need to do something, they need to do something, and they need to do something. And one person whose name doesn't come on the list of responsibilities is, whose name doesn't come on the list of who's responsible for what the environment is and who's responsible for creating the change. So whose names is not coming on the list? Yeah? But do you really feel that we are responsible for what it is? And most important, do we have the power to create the change? How many of you feel that you have contributed to polluting this environment? Raise your hands, go ahead. Because that's where half the thing is done. Because if I know that I have messed up with something, then I also know that I have the power to sort it out. But if I thought somebody else messed it up, then I feel somebody else has to sort it out. So then I just keep sitting and waiting. And then I don't just wait, I grumble, I complain, I get irritated, I sit back watching the TV news and complaining about how the world is a mess and how so many people are responsible for it. And when I'm creating that irritation and that anger, I'm adding to the pollution. So the pollution is definitely the environmental pollution, but the pollution today is also about the emotional pollution. When we talk about toxicity, then probably the one place which is highly toxic right now is here. It's here. And every issue in the world is starting from here. And the solution to every issue in the world is going to start from here. So anything that you will discuss in the next 3 days is going to start from here. Resolving it is going to start from here. So this is the seed. If the seed is nurtured, if the seed is healthy, if the seed is nourished on a daily basis, then the seed will radiate that nourishment to the tree. But without taking care of the seed, we're talking about how the whole tree is messed up today. And then we just look at the tree and this huge tree and we say, what do we do to make this tree healthy? So what do we do to make this tree healthy? What do we do to make this tree healthy? You want a healthy tree, what do? You want a healthy tree, what do? How much time do we need to spend with the tree to create a healthy tree? How much time do we need to give the tree on a daily basis? Healthy tree, healthy fruits, fresh flowers. How much time do you need to give to a tree to have a nice, healthy tree? How much time do we need to give? How much time to nourish the tree to have a healthy tree? How much time do we need to give? कितनी देर देनी है? अच्छा सा पेड़ बनाना है, कितनी देर देनी है उस पेड़ को? हाँ जी? 5 minutes. क्या करना है उस 5 minutes में? What will we do to the tree in 5 minutes? Water the tree? हाँ? तो water को तो 5 minutes भी नहीं लगता. It's only going to take less than a minute. But imagine if somebody had to sit back every day and say, I don't have 1 minute to go and water the tree. I don't have 1 minute. I'm very busy. From where am I going to find 1 minute to go and water the tree? And so that person conveniently doesn't water the tree, but wants a healthy tree. And then starts looking at the leaves, starts looking at the fruits, and starts seeing problem here, problem here, problem here, problem here. Tries to address the fruits, tries to address the leaves, and then suddenly finds I have no time at all because I have to take care of this whole tree. But I said I have no time to water the seed. Do we have time to take care of ourselves? Do we have time to take care of ourselves? Do we have time to take care of ourselves? And ourself means here. Here. We eat 3 times a day, we walk, we exercise, we're taking care of the body. Taking care of the self. The body is not the self. The state of the self will create the body. So I may eat very healthy food, I may exercise, but if I'm all toxic here, it creates issues in my body. So I am the creator of my body. I. So this I here, every thought we create, it influences 4 places. And once I'm clear with this, I will never say that I don't have time to take care of this self. Every single thought we create influences how we feel. If I enter this hall and I create a thought, what a beautiful hall, I feel nice because I created a nice thought. But if I enter the same hall and I find some mistake, I don't feel nice. It all depends on what thought I create. Doesn't depend on the hall. Depends on what thought I created about the hall. So my every thought influences how I feel. Second, my every thought radiates to my body. So my every thought is creating my health. Third, my every thought is radiating to people. My every thought is reaching people about whom I'm thinking. So my every thought is creating my relationships. And my every thought is going out into the environment. This hall, if somebody had to come and measure the energy of this hall right now, so the energy of this hall would be the total of the 200 minds sitting in this hall. So if this hall is carrying an energy of peace and calm, it will mean that these 200 minds have contributed towards creating a peaceful. And if this hall is carrying stress and anxiety, we are the creators. And if I want to change the energy of this hall, then I only have to change the energy of. Anyone here create stress? Anyone here gets stressed? Nobody? Yes or no? Okay, anyone creates anger? Anyone creates anger? Yes? And when you're creating anger, how much of the environment are you purifying at that time? What are we doing to the environment when we create anger? What are we releasing into the environment when we're creating anger? What are we releasing? One. Anything. What am I releasing into the environment when I'm creating anger? What am I radiating? What am I creating here? What am I radiating here? What am I sending to the person? And third, what am I radiating into the environment? So even if I get angry for 30 seconds or 1 minute, I am radiating toxic vibrations into the environment. First I radiate, then the person who I got angry with. Do they create some toxins after that? Yes? Do they create some toxins after that? What do they create? If someone shouts at you in front of everybody, what do you create after that? What do you create after that? You create hurt. You feel disrespected. You feel insulted. Anger was visible. So everybody saw this was anger. Hurt is not visible. Feeling insulted and disrespected is not visible. You could be smiling and yet you could be hurt here. And while I'm hurt here, what am I radiating into the environment? What am I radiating to my body? What am I sending to that person who created that anger at me? If someone shouts at me in front of 5 people, how much time do I take to quickly finish it all, get healed, come back to normal? Or how long does it stay on my mind if somebody has not behaved rightly with me? How much time does it stay on our mind, on an average? Doctor, how much time does it take you to forget if somebody's not behaved right with you? Lot, how much lot? It's very important to have figures now. How much time does it take us to forget that somebody has not behaved rightly with us? Maybe days also. So we're not talking about minutes and hours anymore. So we're talking about days. How much time does it take you? An hour or two. One thing to see is the figure will be different for each one. Yes? So the next time you're going to get angry, first go and ask the other person, how much time do you take to forget? So get angry with people who say, okay, I get fined in 2-3 minutes. So they are safer victims because they will send you negative energy only for 2-3 minutes. But now suppose you had to get angry with her and she says, I take a few days. Now what have you just invited in your life? What have you just invited in your life? This is a huge, huge pollution which we have labeled as normal. ये तो normal है. ये तो normal है. And if somebody had to stand up right now and say, I don't get angry, people will stare at them and say, तो abnormal है, गुस्सा नहीं करता. And if somebody else had to say, oh, I finish it off in 10 seconds, I don't feel bad. You say, no, definitely lying. How can she not feel bad? So everything which is not toxic is now abnormal and which is toxic is normal. So when that toxic is labeled as normal, it gives us the right to keep on creating it and not look towards creating a change. And then we're talking of all the issues, what sister was saying in the beginning, oh, it's going to be an epidemic and there's going to be depression and there's going to be ADHD and there's going to be cancer. We're talking and then the conference gets over and we go back and we're still getting angry. So we talk and we talk about what the world needs to do, which is very important. But what is my little contribution towards creating that change? Because if each one had to make that contribution, that this is my contribution towards myself, towards my health, towards my people, and most important, towards creating a clean, pure, safe environment. When we say mistakes which happen at workplace, do you think if someone is disturbed, the chances of them making a mistake will be more? The other day I was at Indian Oil and they were talking about the same thing, safety hazard. And they said just a few months back we lost someone because he just forgot to wear his helmet. I mean, how can somebody forget to wear his helmet? Something which he has done every single day. How could he forget to wear his helmet? Because his mind was thinking something else. Because maybe he was upset. Because maybe he was troubled. When the mind was not silent, not sorted, that resulted into what then became the topic of that conference. So every issue will come down to me taking care of myself. What if we had to say that Lady Hardy Medical College is a no anger zone? Nobody gets angry over here. You think you're ready to set that example for the world? Dr. Garg said we have a list of firsts. We are first in this, first in this, first in this. Let's be the first medical college in the world to set this example that we purify our environment by just having happy people. You want to be the first? We'll have to start from him because he has to handle everybody. So it has to come from the leader, and we have no idea what impact it creates on people. We have no idea. We cannot even conceptualize it. It has to be experimented and then experienced to see the miracle that it's going to create in your life. And not just in your life, just the lives of everybody around you. People start being comfortable around you. They don't have to be like this, pata nahi kab gussa utenge, pata nahi kab dant denge. Even if you don't get angry, even if you don't, because nobody gets angry every day, but I live in fear, maybe anticipating because of my past experience, because of what happened yesterday. So the toxin is not just the anger, the toxin is the fear, the toxin is the anxiety, the toxin is the hurt, the toxin is the insult, which stays in the environment. And most important, we have to live in this environment. So we create that environment, and then we live in that environment, and then we say stressful workplaces. Workplaces are not stressful. Who is stressful? Who is stressful? We say stressful workplaces as if the building creates any stress. What is the meaning of a stressful workplace? It is I who am creating the stress in that workplace, and so are others, and together we create an environment of stress in that workplace, and nobody else can change it for us. Nobody else can change it for us. Just before entering this hall, we were sitting in the room, and Professor Asana says, how is it possible to be peaceful when there are so many patients sitting out there in the OPD? How is it possible? Okay, let's put that aside. 3 doctors sitting in their OPD with the same number of patients sitting outside, with the same amount of chaos happening outside. Will the 3 doctors get stressed the same way? Why? Stimulus is all the same. Hospital is the same. Environment of the hospital is the same. Number of patients outside is the same. The people screaming outside is the same. Why will 3 doctors not create the same amount of stress? Why will they not create? Because all 3 are saying we are stressed because of... So will 3 doctors create the same amount of stress? How many feel no, they will not? 3 will be different. Okay. Okay, forget 3, take 1. Will that 1 create the same amount of stress on 2 different days? Today one of the doctors came to know that her daughter got admission in this beautiful college. You think she's going to create stress today? No, she's very happy. So the same person also on 2 different days will be in a different state of mind. It's not about the place, it's not about the patients, it's not about how much you have to handle. It's about where you are sitting here. And now if I give myself the permission that obviously I'll get irritated, I will get irritated at least 20 times in one evening. And each time I do that, I'm not just harming the environment and the patients. There's one person who's getting affected the most. It's me. It's me. Just look at on the road. When people don't drive right, how people abuse each other. And they think the other person can hear what they're abusing? No. Most of the time the windows are rolled up. But who's getting affected? So when we inflict any kind of energy, whether it's irritation, anger on somebody else, the other person still has the power to protect themselves. We are not going to get protected. So let's remove this very limiting belief system which says, how can I be calm when there are so many patients sitting outside, and shift it to, I have to be calm because I am responsible for my own emotional health. We talk about physical health, we talk about environmental health, we talk about mental health. Emotional health is what needs to be about most. But emotions were labeled as normal, so nobody is talking about that. Do we have to take care of our emotions? We labeled anger, irritation, fear normal. We labeled jealousy normal. We labeled insecurity normal. Somebody who's going through jealousy and insecurity cannot be at peace for 5 minutes. They are constantly unwell. And then it comes out in their behaviors, in their words, in their entanglement with people, in their going and talking ill about somebody else. And we will not call this as an illness. We say it's normal, and we allow them to keep on polluting the environment. And then together, all of us are affected by it. So the need of the hour, one, don't ever say, I'm very busy, I don't have time. This is not a good line. Anything said repeatedly becomes a reality. There are two words which we've said too often. One, we kept saying, I'm stressed, I'm stressed, I'm stressed. We walked around asking each other how stressed we were. It became a status symbol that the more stressed you are, the more successful you are. If somebody says, I'm not stressed, people feel he's not doing anything. So that became a repeated thing. I'm stressed, I'm stressed. And second, I'm very busy. Any of you very busy over here? Any of you are busy? No, you're not busy? Very good. Then now you can take out 30 minutes for yourself from tomorrow morning. Give this gift to yourself. There's absolutely, absolutely no other way to protect yourself from the emotional toxins of the environment. I meet a lot of people nowadays who will come up and say, I'm experiencing fear, mujhe dar lagta hai. And you ask them, is there anything happening in life? No, nothing is happening in life. Everything is perfect. Then why are you experiencing fear? Because it's in the air and they're catching it. Emotional infection. A lot of things are just caught. You will suddenly find yourself getting irritated. You will suddenly find yourself snapping at people for no reason, because you pick it from the air. It's in the environment. So to protect myself from the pollution of the environment and then to contribute towards creating a healthy environment, I have to start taking care of the self here. I need to nourish that seed which creates the tree of my life. Otherwise, stress became normal, disease became normal, conflict in relationship became normal, and the world, do we know what it has become? Because the seed, that every thought. And once we start taking care of our every thought, happiness will become normal, health will become normal, harmony in relationship will become normal, and together we can create heaven on this earth. Only with the change of one way of thinking. Here. Here. So can we eradicate anger today from here? Yes? Yes? So we write somewhere on all the beautiful boards and that this college is a no anger zone. So outside the college, and then once you enter, assertive, yes. Discipline, yes. Aggressive. Abusive. Disrespectful. Work and respect. Respect at our workplace is the most important thing, because we have to live there for 8, 10, 12 hours. We're spending very little time at home. So our workplace has to be that comfortable workplace where I'm safe, I'm secure. Safeness not just from the hazards outside, safe inside. I feel comfortable while I'm here for the day. Because that's what's going to create healing energy for the mind and the body. Why people understand me, because they themselves are also taking care of themselves. Nobody depleting their own energy field. Everybody taking care of their emotional health, and then automatically taking care of the health of others. If we spend 30 minutes in the morning, first thing in the morning, let's not look at our phone. Possible? Very simple. Simple? Not to look at our phone first thing in the morning? Yes? Unless of course you're a doctor and you need to see about your patients, but otherwise nobody else needs to see. Definitely don't need to see the world news, my Facebook status, my WhatsApp good morning messages. They can all wait for 30 minutes. The first 30 minutes is not for this mind to connect with the frequencies of the world. because there is a lot of vibration in the world which is not healthy. So I don't want this mind to immediately absorb all that what's happening in the world. I need to get this mind 30 minutes to energize itself first thing in the morning. Not begin the day with reading the newspaper, listening to the world news, and then early in the morning I'm creating pain, fear, hatred, anger. Then there's no time left to create happiness, purity, positivity, because it's finished. First thing in the morning, gone. So if I make these simple lifestyle changes, that 30 minutes in the morning, I will not look at anything else on the phone. And I will spend 30 minutes with myself. And I will first thing study, watch, read, or listen to anything which is full of happiness, love, compassion, acceptance, respect. It's the early morning emotional diet. It's our emotional diet which needs to change. Because in the last decade we are flooded with information. We're flooded with information. When we were in school, we didn't have phones, we didn't have internet. We had very little of television, so very little information. Very little information, emotional diet taken care of. Now with every click there is information. And the information quality not very healthy. So many messages in the whole day, either criticizing somebody, either ridiculing somebody, making fun, jokes, humor, also criticizing somebody. And we're just taking it in. We're just taking it in. And we say, it's okay, pad liya, dekh liya. Once it's gone in, it was my emotional diet, it's going to create my emotional health. And that's going to create the world. We are what we watch, read, and listen. And if you want to protect yourself, please take care of what you watch, read, and listen. Please protect yourself. The more we will consume of what's happening in the world, the more the world will become like that. It will only increase. 30 minutes in the morning. Read and listen about accepting people. 30 minutes in the morning, read about being patient and peaceful and calm. Read about forgiveness. Study about letting go whatever's there on your mind. And once you've taken that emotional diet 30 minutes in the morning, you will start being that during the day. And when you're doing that, it's not just a gift for yourself, it's a gift for everyone around you and for the environment. Then after every 1 hour, just pause for 1 minute. At the Brahma Kumaris, we have this beautiful concept. It's called the traffic control of the mind. After every 59 minutes, take a 1 minute break inside. It's exactly like the traffic signal on the road. We all know what happens on the road if the signal is not working. Chaos. And once the signal is working, same traffic, sorted, clean. Same thing inside. When we don't take a break here, there is chaos here. Sar bhari lagta hai. Because yahan traffic jam hota hai. Too much thinking. After every 1 hour, take 1 minute break and just create a nice thought. I am a happy being. I am a happy being. I accept people as they are. People accept me as I am. I radiate happiness to all. 60 seconds over. In 1 minute, you have just purified the environment. And that 1 minute gives your mind the direction to be in the next 59 minutes. That 1 minute is like the charging. And if anyone takes care of that mind for 1 minute after every 1 hour and the 30 minutes in the morning, you will reach home in the evening very, very happy, emotionally powerful. Because the need of the hour today to keep our families intact is to come home happy in the evening. We have 3 or 4 people coming home in the evening competing as to who had a more horrible day. oh, you know how difficult my day was. The other person said, don't even ask, mera din mat puchna kitna kharab tha. So we are sending a message to the other person, don't expect me to adjust and tolerate. I've already finished all that during the day today. So when both or 3 or 4 people start talking like that to each other in the evening, what is going to happen to the relationship? Their tolerance level is, and most important, who gets affected? The children of that house. The children of that house. And then we again look back and say, look at the children. Aajkal ke bacche dekho kaise ho gaye. It's not about the children. It's about what vibrations we are radiating to those children, because our energy is their emotional health. So when I don't take care of my emotional health, my family and my children are the first people to get affected. And when I start taking, they are the first people to get benefited. First people are the children of the house, because their emotional health is just absorbing who we are. So when we will remain peaceful and calm during the day, you're going to go home in the evening with a very high energy field. And that's our responsibility. That's our responsibility, that we enter the house with a very high aura. Not smiling, but internally happy. Not having made any investments in the day of disturbing somebody's mind who could be sitting at home right now cursing us. And most important, that person went home and vented out that anger onto their children. And then that entire family is unhappy, and all that pain is because I reacted during the day. So all that energy comes to me. Law of karma working throughout the day. And then I will not know why I suddenly shout at my child. And then I will feel guilty for having shouted at the child. So first I create anger, then I create guilt. Then I sit in my room and I weep. I said, how could I do this to my child? Ek to I spend such little time, on top of that I come home and I shout at them. And guilt and hurt. Every emotion. And it's all because we didn't take care of ourselves at the workplace. So take care of yourself in the morning, charge this battery, then take care of yourself at the workplace. Be with everyone, do everything, work with everybody, responding right. Don't allow negative emotions to be labeled as normal, even if everyone's doing it. Even if everyone is shouting around you, you say the same thing with conserve your energy. You have to take it home in the evening to your family. You have to, you owe it to them. You cannot go home in the evening and give them one packet of money and say, I was working so hard so I got this for you. No. We have to take back happy, powerful energy to them in the evening. That's our responsibility. Because everything is a part of our environment. And then in the night, just before going to sleep, again for at least 30 minutes, switch yourself off from gadgets, from television, from the newspaper, everything of the outside world. Ideally at least 1 hour. So that we allow the mind to go and then have good sleep. Most of us are not having very good sleep today. We're sleeping, but we're not having good sleep. And that's why in so many conferences you can actually see people falling off to sleep in the middle of the day. And you can see people at the traffic signal fallen off to sleep. You sit on the flight, within 10 minutes, most of the people around you have fallen off to sleep, even if it's daytime. How can somebody suddenly fall off to sleep at 11, 12, 1? Anytime people can fall off to sleep today. That means sleep cycle is all gone. Within 10 minutes, flight doesn't take off, most of the people around you have fallen off to sleep. Which is a sign that the mind is so tired, that just got 5 minutes and fell off to sleep. So it's the sign we need to take care. So can we promise 30 minutes to ourselves in the morning? Yes? Yes? And please say to yourself every day, I'm very easy and I have a lot of time. Just say it. This is our mantra. I'm very easy, I have a lot of time, I'm peaceful, I'm happy, and most important, I accept people as they are. Respect is my energy which I radiate to people, and acceptance is what I get from them. 30 minutes taking care of the seed the tree will automatically start becoming healthy. Everything else will start getting taken care of. And let's make this college a happy place. A happy place. Because where it's happy, it's power. Where it's power, it's ethical. You're creating doctors from here who are going to go out into the country. We don't want to just create best skilled doctors, but doctors in the highest level of compassion, doctors in the highest level of care, doctors who radiate happiness and people get healed just by meeting the doctor. Treatment ke baad mein shuru hogi. So that could be taught, na? That could be taught in our 5 to 7 years of education here, that you just are not going to be the best doctor in what you do, but you're going to be the best healer in who you are. So just where you are healing people. So if we get that environment for 5-7 years, then that becomes our personality, and that cannot be a better gift that this college can give to the world. So anyways, the college is so well known for giving very good doctors, but now let's start giving healers. Healers. Healers means they just heal by their personality. And then their medicines do the rest of the work, but they've already done half the work. And wherever they are, they stand for the highest standards of ethics. There is a new word which has come into the medical fraternity, ethics in medical practices. Let's create doctors from here who will take care that this word gets eradicated. What is the meaning of ethics? There should be no word as ethics in medical practices. That word should not exist. That word should not be a topic of any doctor's conference, ethics in medical practice. It doesn't give a good message. It means that there is an issue and we have to talk about ethics in medical practice. We shouldn't be talking about it. It should be so innate. But that will only happen if we are powerful, happy, at the high energy, then we can stand alone even if the whole world is standing on the other side. So we can go back today and say that this college has created another first. Another first? That we are not just good doctors, but we are caring, compassionate healers, because we are always happy, peaceful, calm, and then we radiate that energy to everyone around us. Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I guess we're all refreshed with her talk. And I hope we don't only take these words, but we should implement them in our lives. Now, further moving, I would now request Dr. Jyoti Khandekar, Chairperson Scientific Committee, to honor our chief guest, Sister V.K. Shivani, with a shawl. Ma'am, please come in the front to take the shawl. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I would request Dr. Manish Goyal, our Organizing Secretary, to honor Sister Shivani with a memento of the conference. Now I request Dr. Tabasre to honor Dr. Shivlal with a memento. So please come in the front to receive the memento. Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Dr. Jugal Kishore to honor Dr. Rajiv Garg with a memento. So please come in the front. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. S.K. Rasania to honor Dr. N.N. Mathur with a memento. So please come in the front. Now I request Dr. Deepak Dimandya to honor Dr. Mary Kishnasamy with a memento. So please come in the front. Now I request Sister V.K. Shivani to honor our organizing chairperson, Dr. S.K. Rasania, with a memento. I also request her to also honor our other organizing chairperson, Dr. Jugal Kishore, as well. Thank you so much, ma'am. Dr. Jugal Kishore, he is a public health expert and director professor as well as head of Department of Community Medicine of the Vardhaman Mahavir Medical College and Subdivision Hospital. He is an organizing chairperson of the 4th International Conference, and he has conferred with a lot of awards and is acclaimed nationally and internationally. He will be giving the vote of thanks to all the audience.
Good morning. It shows that the energy is not there. Okay. On behalf of our organization, Association of Occupational Environmental Health, an organizing committee, my colleague, co-chairperson, Dr. Sanjeev Rasania, our team from LHMC and VMMC, I feel privileged to propose vote of thanks on this memorable occasion. I feel proud and satisfied to see the growing karma for the occupational environmental health, which was started in 2013 with a humble beginning, starting with the theme of international collaboration with capacity building, mainstreaming of occupational environmental health, and clean, safe and healthy environment from home to workplace. Today we have launched the 4th dimension of health, that is spiritual health. Truly we are blessed for the guidance and wonderful direction for stress-free working life that everybody is struggling to achieve by Honorable Chief Guest for stressing on stress-free working life. And everybody is struggling to achieve it, and that is what our chief guest has given to us in this inaugural function. My words are not enough to express that gratitude to her. If time is the money, then today she has given millions of rupees, that money, to us. We are extremely grateful to Sister Shivani ji for her presence in the inauguration, who has generated positive energy and making LHMC first in the happiness scale. I would like to thank our patron, Dr. Shivlal, Dr. Rajiv Garg, and Dr. Anand Mathur for all words of wisdom that radiate a source of energy within us. Their constant encouragement with guided supervision provided us a great strength. Dr. Barry came from South Africa, third time, to guide us and share his experience and being part of this inauguration. We are grateful to you for your all support throughout. I would like to thank our organizing secretary of conference, Dr. Manish Goyal and Dr. Ashish Mittal, from the bottom of my heart, whose conscious effort has made this event great. I regard to be honored to thank Chairperson Scientific Committee, Dr. Jyoti Khandekar. I need to multiply thank you words 1,000 times to match it with the effort you have given. Gratitude is the attitude which gives the fortitude. My sincere thanks to Chairperson Souvenir Committee, Dr. Anita Shankar Acharya, for her untiring effort towards making the conference souvenir. We will be remaining grateful to our Treasurer and Chairperson Catering Committee, Dr. Tapas Ray, for his meticulous efforts for handling the account and our appetite so well. My gratitude for our Chairperson Cultural Committee, Dr. J.G. Prasuna and Najish Rashid, regulating our stress through different cultural events which will be enjoyed this evening. My sincere thanks to Venue and Reception Committee, Dr. Ananya Lashkar, Dr. Mamta, for all untiring attempts for preparing the venues and managing workshops. An event of this dimension cannot happen overnight. The wheel started rolling months in advance. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated senior residents like Dr. Deepak, Dr. Sweta, Dr. Shivaji, Dr. Archana, Dr. Vicha, Dr. Apna, and Dr. Manchi, and other residents. I must say all are the pillars of this conference. A special thanks to all the volunteers for the smooth functioning of this event. A heartfelt thanks to all the talented students of LHMC for making a beautiful Rangoli and singing a melodious Saraswati Vandana. Heartfelt thank goes to our Vice Principal LHMC, Dr. Rama Anand, Dr. Rehan, for giving us venue for this huge event. I thank Department of Psychiatry, Microbiology, Medicine, Orthopedic, ENT, and Ophthalmology. Their heads are there. Grateful, sir, you have given us the support and motivated us throughout. We feel proud and thank you for making us feel happy with your presence in the function. We are grateful to Department of Community Medicine, previous one, and faculty is here from MC, Havildar College of Medical Science. From our college, we have a psychiatry department. We have the Baba Saheb Ambedkar Medical College, people from the NIHFW, UCMS, Army College of Medical Science for their participation to this function. My special thanks goes to the photography and CPWD staff, auditorium personnel, Sulabh workers for the smooth running of this event. We are grateful to our guests from South Africa, Norway, Bhutan, America, and Singapore, and delegates from all over the country for your active participation. Thank you very much. Thank you for this event.
Thank you so much, sir, and I would thank all the audience here who have been wonderful out here. And now I would request all of you to join us for the high tea outside on the left side of the auditorium, and the guest can have the high tea in the VIP room. Thank you so much. We'll be joining in the next session in another 15 minutes or so.
We welcome you back for the second session of the day. We will be having this session on universal health coverage, scope for expansion at workplace. As you all know, India is embarking on an ambitious target of achieving universal health coverage for all, wherein every citizen of the country will be entitled for the comprehensive health security in the country. The provision of UHC in India is a major anti-poverty measure that is firmly on the national agenda. It was also the theme of 2018 World Health Day, which stated, everyone, everywhere. Now in this session, we will be discussing and exploring the scope for expansion of universal health coverage at workplace. This session will be chaired by three eminent speakers and three eminent public health personalities. Dr. Shivani, Dr. Jayant Kumar Das, and Dr. Sanjay Chaturvedi. Dr. Shivlal, sir's name needs no mention, no introduction. Dr. Shivlal has worked as Special Director General, DGHS under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, and also has headed many public health institutions of national and international repute, like NCDC and UBCP. He was also elected the National Academy of Medical Sciences and Fellow of Indian Society for Malaria and Other Communicable Diseases and Fellow of Indian Public Health Association. He has received several laurels, like he was awarded the B.C. Roy National Award by President of India for the year 1995. He has also been honored for representing India in many technical international meetings. He has acted as temporary advisor and short-term consultant to WHO on many occasions. He has also been elected as a national president from many associations like ICOEH, ISMOCD, IAE, to name a few. Our second eminent chairperson is Professor Jayant Kumar Das. He took over as director, National Institute of Health and Family Health Welfare, New Delhi, on February 2012. He is an expert in the field of public health and health management. His area of further specialty is hospital administration. Professor Das obtained his MBBS from Maulana Azad Medical College and MD/CHA from NIW. Besides, he has also undergone a course on hospital administration in the US. As a coordinator, he has conducted a large number of training courses, workshops, seminars in the institutes as well as outside. He is well recognized for his consultancy and advisory services to various state governments, national level committees, including Planning Commission, Medical Council of India, Government of Delhi, etc. He has also been associated with the Academy of Hospital Administration, Indian Hospital Association, and ICOEH, IMA, to name a few. Our next eminent personality is Dr. Sanjay Chaturvedi, currently Professor and Head of the Department of Community Medicine, University College of Medical Sciences, Delhi. He has been associated with this department as a teacher and researcher since 1987. He is particularly interested in the inductive research in health, program evaluation, and distance education. He has completed 14 multinational, multi-centric, national and transnational projects and has 140 publications in peer-reviewed journals and books. He is a graduate from King George Medical College and he has also worked in BP Koirala Health University of University Dharan, Nepal. He is also a member of the Central Coordinating Committee and also part of Indian Program Evaluation Network. So we welcome you all. A big round of applause for all the chairpersons. Now I would invite the chairpersons to start the session.
Thank you, Dr. been surrounded by two eminent professors, Professor Das and Professor Chaturvedi. I will request Professor Das to take up this session on universal health coverage and extension to workplace. Professor Das, please. Then Dr. Shivani.
Thank you, sir, and good afternoon to all of you. Keeping in view the paucity of time, I will straightway go to the agenda, and I would like to call upon Dr. Chandrakant Laharia, who is a National Professional Officer at WHO, and he is a Technical Officer, Healthcare, Access and Protection, and he acquired this office in October 2018, and still he is working there. Before that, he was also there in the WHO only as a National Professional Officer for Universal Health Coverage. And there he spent 4 years, that is from September 14 to September 18. And before that, he worked as in the health system and the routine immunization and new vaccines within the World Health Organization from 2008 to 2014. Before joining WHO, he worked as Assistant Professor of Community Medicine at GI Medical College, Gwalior from 2007 and 2008. And before that, he was an International Clinical Epidemiological Network, that is England Trust Program Consultant from 2000, in the year of 2007. And before that, he was with Lady Hardinge Medical College as a public health scholar during 2004 to 2007. So I will call upon Dr. Laharia to give his talk. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's indeed a great pleasure and honor for me to be here. The reason is, not very long ago, in the very same medical college, a department of community medicine, just a few meters from here, I learned the basics of public health, which I have practiced for every single day of last 12 years of my public health practice. So it's actually, I'm feeling honored and privileged. And thank you very much to my teachers who taught me the art and science of public health. Since we are short of the time, and how much time do I have around? 15 minutes. So I prepared my presentation thinking that there would be a good amount of students around. But considering most of the people I see in the audience understand broad aspects of it. So I'll go really fast. Universal health coverage and occupational health and safety services. What I will talk in next 15 minutes is broadly UHC and Sustainable Development Goal, how it is linked to occupational health and safety, global experience, and what are the ways forward. UHC or Universal Health Coverage, all of you would have heard, talks about three things. It talks about that all people should have access to, and that's all people, population side, and then quality health services, and third, at the cost which people can afford. And when it talks about health services, it talks about a broad range of preventive, promotive, curative, and diagnostic health services. To understand the concepts, which appears easy, but it's not that easy, there is a cube or UHC cube or coverage box. So this box, an easy explanation of what universal health coverage is. On x-axis, it talks about that all population should be covered. Y-axis, it talks about more services, all services should be made available. And then Z-axis, it talks about financial protection. In reality, most countries, what happens that only some populations are covered. And there are populations which are not covered by selected health services. And then what happens? People who are covered with health services have limited range of services like maternal and child health services, tuberculosis services, but non-communicable diseases, for example, are not covered. And then third dimension on y-axis talks about that these services are affordable to only limited number of people. For rest of the people here, the cost of these services are beyond their ability to pay. So what UHC talks about, that wherever countries are, it can be 30%, 40% population, whatever population, should intend to move in this direction, so all population should be covered. And that's where occupational health or any population comes, whosoever is being missed should be covered. Second part is that coverage or health services should be expanded beyond what is available. If occupational health services are not available, then they should be actively considered and made available. And third part, and that is factual thing, in India, every year approximately 6 crore people falls into poverty because of health expenditures, which means people cannot afford health services. So the mechanism should be devised that services should be affordable to all people. So that's the broad concept of universal health coverage. It talks about 3 things. We can look at a different way, that addressing inequity. Inequity means there is a gap in rich and poor, there is a gap in a formal, informal sector, there is a gap in men, women, there is a gap by different category of workers. And then second issue is more services, and third issue is financial protection. We discuss all this. The advantage is that at global level, this has been captured in other aspects of Sustainable Development Goal, which has 9 health targets, 4 means of implementation, and 26 indicators. The idea is that USC is part of broader global discussions also. And target 3.8 of Sustainable Development Goals talks about universal health coverage, the point I already highlighted. And there are some of the indicators. I kept these slides so some of the people or students might use in the future. Moving to occupational health and safety in context of USC, why it matters? It matters because health, or the poverty elimination or eradication or development, are interlinked. You cannot think of one component, that eradicating poverty, if people are falling into poverty because of health services, or overall development, unless you think all 3 together. And there are global conventions and there are global discourses that health of the workers, reducing expenditure on the health services of people should be part of those discussions. Moreover, people who talk about addressing inequity, so any discussion on equity in health services will be incomplete unless we talk about occupational health services and many other services. But this today, if the context is occupational health and safety, then I'll focus on that part. Here, one of the discussion which was part of reflected in the morning was a formal and informal sector and employment. And this is important to understand from the perspective of occupational health. What happens that in the formal sector, there are different mechanisms. So people have access to health services and other social security. But in informal sector, which are usually unregistered, people who are not covered by any system, provide informal employment. What informal employment means? The people who are working in that kind of employment do not have any social protection mechanism, which means if they need health services, nobody is providing coverage. No services are available for them. Similarly, educational services, any social security measure or insurance or pension system is not available. So informal employment is a big challenge when we talk about health services. But informal employment could be even in a formal sector. Formal sector which is registered, which provides some system, but there could be people even in the formal sector who are not covered by these mechanisms. So the formal sector can also have an informal employment. And how much is the challenge in this area? As we already understand, most of the people or health workers are in informal sector. Not only in India, across the world except some OECD countries, Asia, Africa, Latin America, a large proportion of people are in informal sector. And how big is this number? Let's talk about India. If you can see here, this is a 2011 to 2012 data, around 47 crore people were in the different type of environment. This is 474 million. 47 करोड़ 40 लाख और 42 लाख लोग किसी भी तरह के एम्प्लॉयमेंट में थे. इसमें से करीब 91.9%, 92% of people are in informal sector, which means there is no mechanism for them to access health services other than what is available for general population. So that's when a country like India, where majority of people are in informal sector, the occupational health issue becomes a major need and something need to be done in this direction. And this discussion is not any way separable from universal health coverage, or it's very much linked to that. Why? Because universal health coverage talks about covering all population. So when we are talking about covering all population, the workers or the people who are in any form of occupation are also part of that population. So whatever is available for general population is also available for occupational health workers or people in different jobs. Already highlighted that in India, majority of people are informal economy. How important they are, that they provide nearly 50% of country's gross domestic product. So unless you take care of these people who are in informal sector, economy will slow down. You cannot achieve or do things which you want to do for the country. So that's why it's important. And it provides employment, which is part of the country's development process. What has been done at this global level? So there are some global learnings, and I'll go really quick in the interest of time. One is that the primary healthcare movement has a basic concept of social justice, reaching to the people where they are living and people who need basic elementary health services. So there is a global learning and experience that if you want to deliver occupational health services, the primary healthcare could, should, and have to be the entry point. So if occupational health services need to be made available, it should be started with primary healthcare. And it should be started with knowing many other things. So I'll move to the next one. I would cite example of two countries which have successfully, one successfully had done that and other is moving in that direction. One is Thailand. Thailand has a similar challenge which India has. It has around half of the population is worker and nearly 2/3 are informal economy. In India it's 90%, but there it's a 2/3 or 66%. But the point is that even for the 2/3 of informal sector workers, through their universal coverage scheme, they could provide almost all the services needed for them. So occupational health services are fully and well covered in Thailand, even if the majority of people are in informal sector. What they did two types of interventions. One is outpatient services, where they focused on occupational health diseases, their recognition, case management, train the health worker in outpatient or primary care in those diseases, prepare the patient card where which sector they are working and what should be done, develop a reporting mechanism. So one through outpatient services, strengthening primary health care. And second, they also did community outreach in those settings where workers were living. So with these kind of interventions, which are essentially primary health care, it could be achieved. And Thailand has one of the countries with low and middle income, which has universal coverage with nobody, almost nobody falls into poverty because of health-related expenditure. Services are free. Second example is from South Africa, and I discussed it very in the break, and he has validated this slide. So around 2009, South Africa started where Ministry of Health started occupational health services. They started working in developing a legislation, expanding the coverage with various services for all category of workers, whether formal or informal sectors, and use the various approaches. These approaches started from community outreach, primary health care, health promotion and disease prevention, district level specialist team, the 4 examples. So they worked at different levels. It has not reached as far as Thailand has done, but it's another proof that with informal sector and with primary health care and extending different level of referral system, you can make progress. Where India stands and what India can do. In India, as we understand, for formal sector, there are mechanisms and people are fairly well covered. Central government health services, CGHS scheme, railway provide protection to its worker, employee state insurance corporation. So these are formal sector and we can say that they are fairly well covered. But informal sector has a limited choice. Erstwhile, Rashtriya Swasthya Bima Yojana was providing some protection for general population, not only for workers. And now Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana under Ayushman Bharat Yojana is doing. But they are at very early stage of implementation. There is nothing specifically focused for informal sector workers. though some state governments have an insurance scheme, and anything which is available for general population available for occupational health services. The challenge in existing scheme with the for the informal sector is the depth of coverage is low. What it means? It means either coverage in the terms of financial protection, like how much money is covered or how much is low, or number of services available are low, and even if theoretically offered, those are not available. And third challenge is that there is not enough trained manpower. This issue has been discussed in the National Health Policy. I'm almost done. And then Ayushman Bharat program is talking about it. The key is some of the learnings from the last few years has provided guidance that what can be done. There are few recommendations from various groups. The WHO in 2013 suggested that there are essential interventions which can be done at the PHC level, which can focus on primary prevention of occupational health, secondary prevention, and tertiary prevention. I would leave these slides behind, but these are not for the technical presentation. These are for deliberations and discussion by the policymakers. There was a consultation in 2014 which recommended a few steps for improving occupational health services, which ranges from setting up a task force, probably led by Ministry of Labour, developing a national database, sending primary health care and training people in primary health care on occupational health services, starting education program for occupational health services for, from the very beginning, developing tools and equipment to safeguard workers, and investing in training and capacity building of health workers, and conducting regular impact assessment. And these initiatives, some of things are already ongoing, and these can be built upon existing areas, but something like conducting a detailed risk assessment by state governments, improving the benefit package, and I would elaborate for 30 seconds here. Benefit package means unless we pay specific attention what is covered, what is being provided at different level of facility, and unless somebody says that these are the occupational health challenges, these services should be available primary healthcare level, secondary healthcare level, or tertiary healthcare level. It's not going to happen. So somebody who is working in this area needs to engage with the people, expand the benefit package or package of services which is being offered, and this needs to be supported by data and research. This is my second last slide. The point here is, I discussed three things about UHC. UHC is about population coverage, more population should be covered, more services, and financial protection. If we look in this slide from perspective of occupational health services, engaging or involving in workers in health services will expand the coverage for UHC. Including occupational health services for in a health system or at different levels will contribute to expanding the package of services and contribute to UHC. And of course, protecting of people or workers from any kind of financial hardship will contribute to financial protection and contribute to UHC. So the point is both are interlinked and works for each other. This is final slide, and that point is, or some of the selected key messages are that it would require actions at a policy level, but at the ground level also, and collaboration between different sectors, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Labour, Social Justice Empowerment, and Environmental Ministry. General population and workers' fate is linked. If something will be provided for workers, it will be available for general population. General population, if they get services, even workers can avail. Globally, we have learned that primary health care is a good entry point. It works, it has worked in some countries. And ongoing discussion on UHC and strengthening primary health care is an opportunity to strengthen occupational health services, which we should not miss. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Chandrakant, and really, giving a very brief overview of this universal health coverage, and it's inter alia with occupational health, but more important than to being on the time. Thank you so much, and I will request Professor Chaturvedi to invite our next speaker.
Professor Dr. Shivani. It's a privilege to invite a worthy colleague, Dr. Sanjay Kumar, initiate and carry forward the resource here. The CV of Dr. Sanjay Kumar is so rich that if I am lost in the nitty-gritty of the details of his professional achievements, I would be lost in the labyrinth. So succinctly put, I would say that he's in true sense, he's an intellectual leader in public health with 4 decades of extremely rich experience from Masai Mara to Zurich and Geneva, and from Ballabgarh to Somar in Hodal, which was initiated by England. He has extremely contributory and translational life in public health. So he has not only been there, seen it, he has learned a lot, and he has translated what his learning into policies and programs everywhere he has gone. So I invite Professor Sandeep Kumar. One thing more, although he has worked in international health for most of his life, the list of his professional publications can easily match and supersede the list of a professional publication offered by a cutting-edge professor in any medical school or university. So I invite you, Dr. Sandeep, to carry forward the discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Chaturvedi, and I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to contribute my little bit to the discussion. I'm honored to be participating in a session chaired by public health stalwarts, Dr. Shivlal, Dr. J.K. Das, Dr. Sanjay Chaturvedi, and eminent speakers. Dr. Chandrakant Laharia has already spoken, and we have an expert from Harvard School of Public Health, Thomas Gessert, to follow. My job has been made very easy by Dr. Chandrakant, so some of the slides I will be skipping. So I essentially want to tell you in brief what is UHC, and my favorite way of describing is 3 dimensions, 4 components, 5 realities we need to keep in mind. And UHC is a topic which different people have defined differently. Current definition of UHC which Dr. Laharia presented is a definition by clinicians and economists. Public health people are missing. We focus on keeping people healthy. So that dimension needs to be added. So talking about IHMS, the institution I represent, it's a not-for-profit organization established in 1984 with the mission of improving health through academic research, consultancies, and networking. We have 4 campuses in Jaipur, Delhi, and Bangalore. Substantial progress in health in India. I often meet doomsayers. India, nothing is changing in India and abroad, but a lot of progress has been made. And if you just look at the numbers every day, more than 3,000 child lives are being saved because of reduction in child mortality between 1919 and 2016. So I won't take you through the details, but substantial progress has already been made. But when you compare with what has happened in other countries, and are we in line with our might in economy, in pharmaceutical manufacturing, technology, we have a lot of work to do. UHC definition has been elaborated by Dr. Chandrakant Laharia, but I want to bring your focus back to Health for All, Primary Healthcare Alma Ata 1978 started with intersectoral approach. Somehow UHC definition looks at only providing care to those who are sick and financial protection alone. We need to look at perspective from Alma Ata Declaration, then you can understand what is and what should be universal health coverage. 4 components: equitable access, affordable, accountable, appropriate, assured quality. Address wider determinant that is missing from UHC definition. You have to address wider determinant. And government being the guarantor and enabler. If somebody doesn't get services, it is government responsibility. They cannot shirk away from that responsibility. So these 4 components we need to keep in mind and not lose sight of wider determinants of health. And Dr. Lahari has already talked about these dimensions, and when you look at this picture, we are expanding the boundaries. Those of you remember, RSBY limit was 30,000 rupees coverage, it was increased to 100,000 rupees coverage, and now it is 500,000 rupees coverage. So those boundaries are being expanded. In terms of conditions covered, you have around 1400 conditions covered now as per the National Health Protection Scheme. So we are pushing the boundaries. Roughly 50% of population is being covered under various social insurance schemes. We will look at 5 realities now. We need to keep in mind emerging burden of disease. We need to look at whole of population approach. Health is not only for those who are sick. You have responsibility for those who are not sick and keep them healthy. Prevention is better and even more important than cure. Social determinants of health and workplace in UHC is the topic for today. You look at disease burden, life expectancy increasing. You have 100 million, more than 10 crore people in India who are geriatric age group. Does universal health coverage take care of that population? So that's a changing reality. As of today, are we addressing that reality? Disease burden. Most of the health programs in India are still focused on maternal child health and communicable diseases. And when we know 75% of causes of death are non-communicable disease, which gets only 3% of Ministry of Health allocation in terms of fund. Accidents and injuries, and these two components are increasing by the day. But we need to address them more aggressively in our universal health coverage. You look at killers moving up and down, non-communicable diseases, accidents and injuries are moving up. Communicable diseases, maternal child health, neonatal are moving down. But is our coverage of universal health addressing the changing scenario? And my famous statement, there I am standing by the shore of a swiftly flowing river and I hear the cry of a drowning man. So I jump into the river, pull him to the shore and apply artificial respiration. Just when he begins to breathe, another cry for help. So back in the river again, reaching, pulling, applying breathing, and then another yell again and again. This is what we are doing by focusing only on diseases. We have to shift to addressing health. This has already been shared by Dr. Laharia. And when you look at the SDGs, you can put them in 3 groups: environmental goals, poverty goals, inequity and peace goals. All of them contribute to health goals. We often ignore, we say it's only one goal which is health, but all of them, when you look at social determinants, address health. Recent development, again, Dr. Laharia referred to it, health and wellness centers, but we have to keep in mind what proportion of population in rural areas and the new PHCs being set up in urban area go to these centers. You convert them into health and wellness centers, but majority is not going there in any case. And this is the care you are providing for outpatient care. So keep in mind, even this is existing, is being established, most of the population is not going there. Then National Health Protection Scheme, we have referred to it. Workplace, we spend most of active hours at workplace. If we are awake for 16 hours, more than 8 hours we spend at workplace. Not just for providing medical care, but also healthy lifestyle. Workplaces have to change the way you look at their employees. And many components of UHC are provided by the places where you work, at least in the formal sector. We talked about reinforcing healthy lifestyle, providing safe water and sanitation. Employer provided health care. Government provided public goods are for all citizens, as Dr. Laharia referred. Occupation-specific hazards and diseases, and we are occupational health body. We need to look at those elements as well. And coming back to my introductory remarks, we need to look at who is defining universal health coverage. Should be people from preventive and social medicine, public health who should be defining universal health coverage. Then you will address the whole population needs. Do we need health or medical coverage? You call it universal health coverage as it stands today, but what you mean is universal medical coverage. You fall sick and we take care of you, and we wait for you to fall sick. Where is family level care? That needs to be an important part of it. How about referral linkage both ways, to the institution and back to the community? And where is private sector and its governance? We need to address that issue as well. This is one example of American Heart Association, how they look at heart-related issues at place of work. You can similarly look at it when you look at various other elements you are including in universal health coverage. This is one slide I like to spend more time. You have to provide health care to the whole population, and you divide the population into 4 groups. And we will look at each one of these groups subsequently, how workplace can address these. Keep healthy. Healthy lifestyle, workplace needs to promote that. You can organize talks and discussions among the staff. Then you can provide facilities. Many of these places have canteens where food is served. They get meals, tea and snacks at work. Are we providing healthy snacks and tea? You have breaks during this conference. The food we are getting in the tea break and at lunch, is that healthy food? So we need to ask those questions even at workplace. Physical activity, does it encourage physical activity, moving around the workplace? If you have sufficient number of people, do you provide gym or places where your employees can walk to take a break? Does it discourage smoking? Unfortunately in India you can't smoke in a workplace. So you have to get out of the building to smoke. Even getting out of the building is going onto the road, which is a public space. So you discourage that. And drinking. Those with risk factor, you have to continue with health promotional activities and educational activities for them. Profession, industry, job specific hazards we need to address. Early detection, medical checkup of risk factor, periodic medical checkup and primordial prevention of risk factor. And if you detect risk factors, the workplace needs to encourage managing those risk factors. Third group is those with undetected disease. Early detection by regular screening at place of work, they can encourage that. And management including preventive activities and compliance to treatment. The fourth group, alright sir, I'll move fast. Fourth is those with disease. Facilitate access to medical care, that's where insurance comes into play. And prevention of spread of communicable diseases. Compliance to treatment. Those who know they are having disease, what proportion of them comply with the treatment, that's an issue. Health promotion is even more important for those who are sick. Hygiene, diet control, physical activity in diabetics and hypertensive is one example. Medical insurance has been talked about. The population coverage also includes the employees, and then you need to educate them what is the coverage providing them. Many of them are not aware. Where they can get the services and how they can claim the services, that's part of the workplace to educate the employees. HR, admin, employee welfare departments are the departments which can address these issues. 3 take-home messages. Very important for public health professionals to take leadership in universal health coverage. Otherwise, you will suffer from the syndrome of waiting for people to fall sick and provide them care. And financial protection alone, you will miss out on health. There are 3 dimensions of health we talked about, and the 4 components and 5 realities we need to keep in mind. And workplace is vital when you think of providing universal health coverage. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sanjay Kumar. And yes, of course, you have raised very pertinent issues, particularly from the point of view of public health. And yes, we owe a very big responsibility towards the community and in addressing it and try to work upon this. Thank you so much. Now, I think this is the time we must invite our third speaker, Dr. Thomas Gesser. Of course, he is a very international known person in the area of occupational and environmental health. And I will take a whole of afternoon if I go on giving his introduction. But to make it short, Dr. Gesser is board certified in both preventive occupational and environmental medicine and internal medicine. He was trained and has worked previously as an occupational, that is industrial hygienist. He has been the faculty member of medical schools of Howard University, Dartmouth College, Boston University, and the University of Massachusetts. He has been affiliated with the Howard Chan School of Public Health and involved in both occupational and environmental health. His work experience includes compensation, injuries, illness, medical surveillance work, site investigation, medical legal case investigations, etc., etc. He is also a co-founder of an NGO in Hong Kong. So friends, so we will be there as a person who has almost dedicated all his work, professional life with this occupational and environmental. Over to you, sir.
Dr. Das, and distinguished hosts, all of you, it's my great honor to be with you today and to have such a nice introduction. I also want to thank my fellow panelists for this session on universal health coverage, Dr. Sanjeev Kumar, and also Dr. Chandrakant Lahario. One thread that we have in common is that we have spent part of our professional lives helping the United Nations World Health Organization. And what I'm going to speak to you about today in a rather quick way is what I have been involved in at the request of the Western Pacific region of WHO. My work in the Asia Pacific region and a little bit elsewhere in the world internationally dates back since 1975. And so about 44 years I've been coming and going, mostly to the Asia Pacific region, with about 7 or 8 years actually residing in the region. But what I want to say today is that to reflect what one of the early speakers this morning started out our meeting with, is that we really are facing an emergency globally. And occupational health is really a part of what we call environmental health. And we know that climate change is having a huge impact on the ability of workers to not only get to their jobs and carry through the day, but also to survive in their jobs, and in fact maybe losing their jobs as a result. And in fact, even in places like India, losing their lives, in some cases in the agricultural sector due to suicide. So we are facing an emergency here. And so with about a global population of 2 billion workforce, about 70% are in low and middle income countries. And about 50% of that workforce is in the Asia Pacific region. And of those, about 250 million are children between the ages of 5 and 17, actually workers, ages 5 to 17. And about 60 to 80%, depending on the country, are in the informal sector with actually no health coverage or very little at all. In fact, of the global workforce in the region, less than 20% in any given country have access to adequate health services. So therefore, we're facing a tremendous challenge. Right now, a single work injury or illness can throw a family into abject poverty. And we've seen this over and over again. There are 250 million new work injuries or illnesses occurring yearly, according to United Nations figures. And there are about 2.5 million occupational deaths yearly. And only about 350 million of those are due to injuries. The vast majority, well over 2 million yearly, are due to illnesses. The illnesses that we often miss. It's not like a severed hand, but rather an illness like silicosis or asbestosis, topics that we will be talking about in these next few days. Every 15 seconds, there's one death, work-related death globally, and 160 injuries. So in the time that I've been speaking, many people have died from work. Okay, so let's look at the slides. Pick your case. This one, anthrax, cutaneous. This one, silicosis. This one, infectious disease. This one, byssinosis. This one, bagasosis. This one, repetitive strain, metal fume poisoning. This one, tanning, heavy metal poisoning, cyanide. This one, Bhopal, industrial disaster. So some definitions that you should be familiar with. Millennium Development Goals have been rather successful, we know, and they've now been replaced by the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, 17 of which were initially laid out in 2015 and are now in the process of being finalized. The cornerstone of the SDGs is leaving no one behind. So we have to carry and care for everyone. This one, GBD, is the global burden of disease, and if you look in the literature, there's a lot more being published about it, regionally and countrywide. Universal health coverage you've heard about by our previous two speakers, but in the Western Pacific region, we've taken it another step further, and that's something that I want to talk to you about today. Our other guest speakers have just alluded to that in various substantial ways. But we've coined a new term in the Western Pacific region called Universal Occupational Health Coverage, which was redefined in March of 2018 through a series of meetings with member state delegates in Korea, and I'll talk to you about that. It's actually not a new concept, it's actually in the literature in recent few years. But our belief is that you cannot have universal health coverage if you don't pay attention to worker health and environmental health. So we're using this term, we're coining it UOHC as the umbrella mechanism through which basic occupational health service training, systems and services can be developed through an action plan. So basic occupational health services and our measurement of success is in disability-adjusted life years. So the SDGs, as you know, strengthen regulatory base, they educate, certify, fund, provide security and protect environments to mitigate, prepare for, and adapt to climate change, among other things. And SDG 8 is decent work. And it provides for addressing all worker needs. SDG 13 is urgent action to strengthen resilience and adaptive capacity to climate-related hazards and natural disasters in all countries. So, as I said earlier, environmental health we see as a component, it includes occupational health. And you can see the evidence is overwhelming. And I don't think I need to prove this to you, but there it is. And of course, with rising temperatures, there's a change in habitat of vector-borne disease, and there are many, many other consequences that you've probably heard about, such as changes in temperature, severe weather, pollution, allergy, vector-borne disease, waterborne disease, water and food supply changes, mental health impact, as well as environmental refugees on huge scales. So what has been reported in your country about climate change impact? And how would it affect worker health? And how will you prepare? So the International Occupational Environmental Medicine, in our view, is a set of rights and responsibilities. And the UN has articulated this, and there are 193 member nations of the UN. And these apply to workplace health and safety and as well to the community where work is surrounded. And the UN covenants on social, political, economic, cultural rights and so forth, enshrine these. That global rights involve all workers and all people. Double standards or constraints are forbidden. Rights are enforceable laws and tied to ethics, and there are government and corporate obligations. These include respect, protect, fulfill, and promote. Okay? And here are the UN covenants, civil and political, economic, social, cultural, and they use this language to organize, to bargain. Right to information, hazard communication, right to know, right to act, right to choose, investigation and surveillance, as well as safe and living working environment and health protection and services. So here we see in Article 12, the right of everyone to enjoy the highest attainable standard of physical and mental health. And the more rich countries are supposed to help the more poor countries attain these goals in a progressive achievement way. Okay? And we talk about health determinants, and these have been defined by General Comment 14, specifically stating safe and healthy work conditions and a healthy environment. And it contains both freedoms and entitlements, and these 4 elements, the AAAQ, are availability, accessibility, acceptability, and quality. So what I've really done for you here is to boil down all the legalese into biteable components for you to remember. Okay? And then the final one, set of 4, is the health facilities and practitioners must respect medical ethics, be culturally appropriate, gender sensitive, and offer education of high quality. So we need to educate our patients. The ILO is another wing, obviously, and these are more treaty approach on conventions, protocols, and recommendations. And they are legally binding if the country actually adopts them. So it's a tripartite basis of employee, employer, and government, but it applies to all workers, respective of age, gender, migration status. And the most important ones, for the purposes of achieving SDG 8, is to try to ratify the Occupational Safety and Health Services and Promotional Framework. These 3 are critical for achieving universal occupational health coverage. But there are many other of these conventions, and you can see that the world is lagging behind. Globally, only 15 countries have ratified the Agricultural Convention. And what about construction, where we see so much illness and injury? Only 24 countries. And for mining, only 28 countries of those 193 member states. And there are some other types of ILO conventions, such as cancer, chemicals, workers' benefits, and industrial accidents. And you can see that it's a paltry number of countries who've really stepped up to the plate. What will you do in your country? I didn't look to see what India's status is, but I'm sure you can figure that out. Migrant labor in particular is very vulnerable, and there is a convention on this, and often they're doing the dirty, degrading, and dangerous jobs, often in mining, textiles, agriculture, construction, heavy manufacturing, sweatshops, and even sex work. And so in Europe, they found that migrants typically have twice the number of occupational injuries. So I'm going to skip over this. One of this slide here is something we proved in the United States, is that if you have a very robust investment in a good occupational environmental health program, you have a 3 to 4 times return on investment on the New York Stock Exchange after 10 years. So we've proved, and this is published in the medical literature, that it pays off. All right, let me skip ahead here. This slide indicates that even in primary prevention, if we train people for safety and hygiene, often they have to deal with decisions made by others before they got the job. So the design engineers, the product demand, and so on. So we need to educate further down at a deeper primary level. We need to pay more attention, invest more for vulnerable workers. And we need to start disease reporting. And this is the ILO list of occupational diseases. There's a new book about to be published that actually, in detail, describes how you determine each of these diagnoses. This is due out by ILO within this year, I believe. And then the Global Harmonized System for Hazard Communication. Taiwan published a fantastic study where they did electronic record reporting, and it overnight doubled the number of reported cases of occupational diseases and injury in the Republic of China. So in the Western Pacific region, which includes 37 member states, in 2018, we developed this initiative. We found some money, identified leaders and experts. We created an electronic library of key resources, and we had our nations, member nations, update their occupational health profiles using a standardized framework. And by that, we developed a regional status report and a model 5-year action plan, so that the idea is that perhaps in 2020, if you implement a 5-year action plan along this model, you will likely achieve much progress toward the SDGs for 2030. And we're focusing on these ones, 3, 8, and 13 predominantly. We actually developed a definition for UHC in Seoul when we convened 15 member states. It's an integral part of UHC that provides access for all workers to essential occupational health services as part of health protection, promotion, prevention and management of work-related injuries and diseases, and overexposure to hazards without financial hardship to them and their families. Okay? So these are questions you might ask about updating your national profile. Once you have your national profile, then you know where you are and you have a reference. If you implement an action plan over the next 5 years, you can then re-up your national profile to see what achievements you've made. Our other guest speakers have also shown you the same slide. I'm going to go a little step further, which is to talk about the basic occupational health services. It could be very elementary, but the goal is to get up to specialist ability over a period of several years. And so that involves a lot of training and certificate programs. Here's the model action plan. It has 4 overarching objectives. One, in the first year primarily, is to get your national profile up to date with current capacity and your needs assessment, and then that's a baseline against which to measure progress. The other 2 components are systems capacity and services capacity, and that's both not only in the medical side, but the legal and legislative side. And then finally, to utilize technical support. So all these 4 objectives can be occurring at the same time during the 5 years. So in summary, the ways forward are capacity building in low resource environments, targeting higher risk industry sectors, vulnerable workers, and also we need an asbestos plan on the environmental health side, and to prepare for, mitigate, and adapt to climate change. We use this approach, a dynamic cycle by teamwork, both an internal team of environmental and medical, and an external team of other professionals, legal, trade unions, NGOs, even the media. We use the media quite a bit. But primary, secondary, and tertiary prevention with the ultimate goal to achieve decent work and decent life. These are some things that I'll leave for later, but one of the things about teaching people things, and this is basic, this is current professional research in education, is that if you listen to me, you're only going to remember about 20% of what I tell you, if that. But if I ask you to teach this lecture, you're gonna remember most of it. Okay? So when we teach, we have to engage our students, not just lecture to them. Okay. When we did our trainings, we did them in the Fiji Islands, Mongolia, Cambodia, Laos PDR, Vietnam, China, and I'm going back to China next week and Mongolia to do some follow-up. But for example, when we had our training, a lot of problems came out. We used a problem-based teaching approach, and we had the participants bring their local experience in, and we each helped each other. And we found a number of areas where we could research. For example, divers who had paralysis and hearing loss, and also environmental side of heavy metal in rivers. And the local School of Public Health was engaging with the local community health workers as a result. Okay, so I'm about to wrap up. Thank you for engaging me for another minute. So who should we train? We want to train trainers who can then go out and effectively train locally. And that's what we're doing. So peers, employers, workers' trade unions, lawyers and judges, politicians, basically everybody. And we're talking about it even training at the primary and secondary school level. I mean, after all, we train young people in violence protection, safety, sexual safety, and so on. So we should do the same for work safety. Okay, here's some resources for you. This is the global program of the School of Public Health, University of Illinois, Chicago. These are online courses that you can take. This is ILO distance learning. This is Canadian e-learning. This is Workplace Health Without Borders from Canada, and the Industrial Hygiene group. And this is also a very good one too for primary prevention. This is legal resources, mostly from the ILO, and also a group that I co-founded in Hong Kong called Asia Monitor Resource Center, produced a legal handbook with several countries listed in that book. These are just examples, I'm not endorsing them. This is one of the best training manuals for primary prevention. This is for grassroots organizing and occupational health and safety for the non-professional. And this book was published, I believe it's available in Hindi now, or it will be. Okay. These are pocketbooks for secondary prevention, such as medical surveillance and biological monitoring. And these are, the textbook on the left is a textbook we use at Harvard to train our medical residents in occupational environmental medicine, and also for nurses on the right side. And these are some WHO occupational health resources, and the occupational health collaborating centers are integral to our training. And these are some very good, very useful and practical toolkits you can see here. So HAZMAP, green screen, global harmonized system, TOXNet. And job hazard analysis, workplace mapping, personal protective gear, and site inspection checklists. They're excellent tools. So in summary, I call it the 5 E's approach to the future. One is education. We want to educate in occupational environmental health and certify people, even if it's just a short course. And we're finding that if we educate primary care people, they end up not having time to practice. So we want to begin to develop a cadre of dedicated occupational health personnel. And for equipment, we want to develop mobile global software, electronic medical systems, as well as mobile hardware. So we can go out to the field, to the workers, rather than having them trudge all the way to the clinic. And this could result in an epidemiology that unveils the burden of disease and gives us the better trend of the burden. And everything needs to be ethical and empathic for best practices, and encompassing, meaning no one is left behind. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas. Summative take on this discourse. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Thomas. Summative take on this discourse is, Dr. Thomas, you alluded to asbestos in your initial slide, and in the concluding part also you came back to asbestos, and that opens a new area of discourse for low and middle income countries that where market is playing a very notorious game. India is a country, we have many cancer rescue programs in place. We have many initiatives to develop wide database for cancer rescue systems, but we are yet to have a dedicated mesothelioma registry program. And here, many of the health workers are oblivious of the fact that inhalation of single fiber of even the so-called safe versatile asbestos may lead to mesothelioma, pleura, and peritoneum 20 years hence. And the worker would never be able to successfully pursue those litigatory labyrinths in the complicated legal environment of low and middle income countries. So that's a big conundrum that we are yet to face, and asbestos ban, universal asbestos ban is the only answer to that. Thank you for that. Thank you very much for that. The expansion is a key word, and Sanjeev alluded to expanding the promoted services giving to the sick people. That's really an expansion. And then Dr. Chandrakant, I was discussing with you about the informal sector, and you underscored that 80% of agricultural workers in South Asia belong to non-formal work sector. But the more we expand, more we realize how short is the reach and penetration of our radar. Suddenly we realize that what about the healthcare or universal access to healthcare to people who are working in the informal sector that have been recently criminalized, say child labor. Even a well-meaning legislative environment can work as a deterrent to provide universal access to healthcare, because the moment you reach child in labor-like situation or hazardous situation, you are likely to encounter many of the illegal acts as well. And also, a very well-meaning law works as a deterrent for the non-government organization actor for the welfare of those children who happen to encounter an event of abuse. Then the imperative falls on the health worker to report to police and law enforcement agencies. So how do you utilize these deterrences created by well-meaning legislative environment is a huge challenge, and how to penetrate or how to expansion is again the key word, the reach and penetration of our radar to the informal sector, reaching to people and reaching to non-people as well, the individuals who are living beyond the discourse of democracy, individuals who are subhuman subjects who are living beyond the reach and light of the systems of governance. And our demographic base is so huge, India or low and middle income countries, that even a mainstream population counts for thousands and lakhs. So that stays as a huge challenge. Before I open the house for a couple of questions from the distinguished speakers, I'd like to have some summative commentary from Dr. Shivani as well. Dr. Shivlal has permitted us to open the house for a couple of questions from the distinguished speakers. Yes, sir.
globally.
Thank you for the presentations. I would like to say that for expanding the coverage of the universal coverage, we need adequate as well as qualified workforce. And I think for India, if we have a cadre of occupational health nursing professionals, that will go a long way in fulfilling the need for the scarcity of health workers, especially in the rural sectors. And they can be trained with the basic occupational health services.
Dr. Mudgal, your question is directed to a particular speaker or is it a generic question? It's an observation, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So very quickly, you have raised a valid point. However, the way I look at it, WHO looks at it, universal health coverage is something what every community or every country wants to achieve. But how it will be achieved is one approach is strengthening capacity of health workforce. But what we say in a more technical terms is by strengthening health systems. And when we talk about strengthening health system, we talk about 6 things, which include leadership and governance, which should be strengthened. Then health workforce, we talk about medicines and diagnostics, strengthening information system, financing of health services. So there are entire range of things need to be done. So if any moment we say only one thing can, or only a particular thing can help in achieving universal health coverage, that is not done. You need to strengthen health system and take a broad range of action. Thank you.
Any other question, please? Yeah.
So this is a change which is happening due to climate change and global warming. And Dr. Gessert, when started his speech, this talk, he was saying, are we on emergency? Yes, we are on emergency. Now, I'd like to ask, is WHO and international health forums are doing any steps or any measurements for controlling this climate change, or what steps can be taken?
So very quickly, one thing is universal health coverage, as they say, it's a journey. You will not achieve this in a year or 3 years. It takes time. The experience shows that it takes usually 7 to 10 years before countries can make some progress which can be satisfactory. That's one part. Second part, you raised the issue of, we are talking about occupational health services, because this forum is for universal health coverage. What is, this forum is for occupational health, and on different forum we will talk about autoimmune disorders and all the things. But what is key, as you have seen that UNC coverage box, that countries or member states should make effort to make progress in that direction. So if they are at particular point, say 50% population is covered, then they should make effort to move to the 60%, 70%. Similarly, more services should be added, and mechanisms should be devised that people are not falling into poverty. So it's not a pre-decided formula what should be done. It's a country decision depending upon resources available,
It's a commitment. And what is hoped in the entire process, that once they start working in one particular direction, for example, occupational health services become an agenda and increasing, then other groups can come and talk about that other services should be provided. And once success is achieved, there will be progress. So key is a journey, moving into that direction, not necessarily achieving 100%, but as long as governments are working to go in that direction, all three dimensions, I think that's a good start.
Just to add to that, how many of you in the room are aware there is a ministry called Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change? The name of the ministry has recently been changed, so Government of India is addressing that. I am very happy to see many of you are already aware. It has 8 subgroups, and there was no subgroup on health and climate change, and that group has been added a couple of years back. So even Government of India is insisting on national plan and state-specific plan, and some of the components are being included in state program implementation plan. You are aware, under NHM, that is a way of planning and asking for funds from the central government.
Last question, and then the concluding remarks from Dr. Thomas and Dr. Shivani. Last question. Yeah. Gentleman there. Yeah.
Good afternoon to all. Myself Dr. Bhavesh. I'm a first year resident at NIHW. My question is, sir, you mentioned about benefit package design. Sir, in view of PMJ, what package has been addressed towards occupational and environmental health? I am not aware of any such package which is addressing this issue.
Very quickly, I think that the benefit package design discussion itself will take a long time, but quickly summarize that there are 1,352 disease conditions which are covered under Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana. We need to realize that while there would be specific issues for occupational related diseases, but majority of the diseases, even of the workers, are the diseases which affect general population, right? So it's all about, we should not focus only on a secondary or tertiary care conditions, as Dr. Sanjeev Kumar also highlighted. There are many conditions of these workers which can be prevented through primary healthcare services or cured through primary healthcare services. So most of these conditions are covered, which people will develop. But I have to examine or re-look at the specific benefit package, which is available online, and you can go online on pmjy.gov.in and do it. But that would require some research and some time. Thank you.
A couple of reflections. First of all, in terms of climate and environment that the young lady asked about, specific to World Health Organization, what I'm aware of is that in each of the regions there is an HAE division. It's called Health and Environment. Is that correct? Yeah. So the director of the HAE division is actually a former classmate of mine from Harvard. He's a Korean medical doctor and very active, and he was very played an important role in assisting the Pacific Island nations. There are over 17 of them in the Western Pacific region to deal specifically with the impact of climate change and adaptability because of rising waters. Also in some of the littoral or coastal regions of Southeast Asia and East Asia. They have just inaugurally opened in Seoul, Korea, a regional environmental health institute, which is a WHO institute that's regionally dedicated. There's some discussion about whether or not that should also happen in the Southeast Asia region. And maybe India could host that. I don't know where that might be, but it certainly would be a great idea. As to the comment about training nurses and training at primary healthcare level, you know, each country has its own situation and needs, and a few years ago, after a series of terrible factory accidents in Bangladesh, some of us were asked to convene a week-long training in Dhaka, hosted by the Dhaka Community Hospital Trust. And they had been, for many years, dedicated to training medical students and then sending them out to their community health clinics that are geographically distributed around the country. And this gave them a base for which we could do a training of trainers. In 2015, we did this. Harvard came in along with the International Social Security Agency, which is dedicated to primary prevention, and also the Collegium Ramazzini. So we convened a number of experts with local experts, and we talked about integrating a curriculum into medical school dedicated to occupational environmental health. And we also talked about training one person in each of those 35 or 40 clinics that they have. They may be up to 50 clinics now. Because after Rana Plaza accident and other tragedies, the Bangladesh government instituted a new law saying that if you employ over 500 people, you must engage services of occupational health. And so the country was in desperate need of ramping up that sort of thing. So this is an example of where tragedy results in regulatory reform, which in turn results in instigation for training people in our specialty. What I'm trying to implore upon you, especially you young medical students and doctors and nurses, is that you think about coming into our field, because it is a fascinating field. We learn so much about what goes on in life because we're involved in so many different industries. And as Dr. Kumar rightly pointed out earlier on, universal health coverage in its basic concept is more just having access to health care. It doesn't strongly emphasize preventive medicine, although that is a component of it. But occupational environmental health, that is preventive medicine. And so we emphasize very strongly training safety people, hygienists, and other activists who can assist and put pressure on employers to realize that they can do better business and have a better social image if they do the right thing for their communities and workers. Thank you.
Just to come back to the point raised by Professor Sanjay Chaturvedi on the law which is supposed to protect the vulnerable, and that law acts against providing them services. He gave example of child labor. It is illegal to have child labor, so nobody recognizes. If their services to be provided doesn't exist. You can recall accident victims on the roadside. None of us came forward, being even doctors, to save their lives because you were always scared of the police and investigation and so on. So government brought up a law to protect that. The private hospital not providing services to medical legal cases, government has to bring in a law. So we need to raise this issue and make sure that the very law which is supposed to protect them doesn't act against them. So that's an important issue.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shivlal. Just to sum up, I don't think none of us present here have got any confusion or any second opinion that this environmental and occupational related health issues or events, which may be, taking us to some debilitating diseases also, are going to cause a lot of problem for us, for the humankind, and particularly, if not this generation, next generation onward, will be paying very heavily for it. The thing is this, we, if not address these issues and deliberate upon it more seriously, things are going to be very bleak in future. The most striking feature is this: all these aspects can be prevented. Only thing what we require is more awareness about it, so which can be done with more health education and more health promotion activities, for which all of us need to collectively work. And another thing, that it is not only that, maybe the health department can take the lead, but it is kind of an intersectoral kind of activity. So we need to take intersect, the other sectors also, other stakeholders also along with us, make them understand how serious this problem is and where are you going, because as somebody said that we are in emergency. I'm not very sure about it, but I'm definite that we are inching towards an emergency situation. So we need to take other sectors also along with us, and not only the other sectors, the law and the other activities, but also the community need to be made more aware of it. So for this, I really congratulate the organizers for picking up this such an important, crucial and sensitive issue, and we are deliberating on it, and I wish, or rather I am sure that during these 3 days, lot of things will be discussed in this topic, and a purposeful kind of outcome will be coming out of this conference. So friends, with this, I wish all the best to this conference and end here. Thank you so much. And of course, thank to all these learned speakers for enlightening us with the facts and figures and raising those very important issues. Thank you so much.
I would again like to thank all the eminent speakers for the interesting deliberation and raising such thought-provoking issues which are pertinent to the topic. We would also be making a policy framework followed by this session soon and disseminate to all the speakers. Next, we would like to request all the chairpersons to felicitate the eminent speakers. And first, I would like to request Dr. Shivlal. Sir, we would like to come in the center and present a memento to Dr. Chandrakant area from W. Next, I would like to request Dr. Sanjay Chaturvedi to do the honors and present a memento to Dr. Sanjeev Kumar. Dr. Sanjeev Kumar, sorry, please. So please come to the center. Next, I would like to invite Dr. J.K. Das to the stage to present a memento to Dr. Thomas H. Gazzard. Thank you again, sir. As a mark of gratitude, we would like to honor our esteemed chairpersons with a memento. I would like to request Dr. Ramba Pathak, Head of the Department, Community Medicine, Jamia Hamdard, to come over to the stage. I request her to present a memento to Dr. Sanjay Chaturvedi, HOD Community Medicine, University Medical College of Medical Sciences. So kindly come in the center. Now I would like to request Dr. Jugal Kishore, HOD Community Medicine, PMMC, to come up on the stage and hand over the memento to Dr. J.K. Das. So I request you to come to the center of the stage. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Dr. Rasania, our own HOD, HOD of Community Medicine, LHMC, to present the memento to Dr. Shivani, sir. So please come to the center of the stage. Before we break for the next session, we will have a quick lunch break. We request all the participants to come back within half an hour so that we can quickly start the session because we are already running behind schedule. So you are all requested to reassemble here after only 30 minutes, please. Sure, sir. I don't think he needs any introduction though. Dr. S.K. Rasania is currently the Director Professor and Head in the Department of Community Medicine at Lady Hardinge Medical College. He has done his MBBS and MD from Kanpur University. He was the founding faculty member at Vardhaman Mahavir Medical College and Safdarjung Hospital, New Delhi. Later, he has joined Lady Hardinge Medical College as Assistant Professor. Currently, he has been heading the Department of Community Medicine at Lady Hardinge for the last 3 years. He has various publications and presentations to his credit. He is a member of various national and international scientific bodies, which includes Life Membership of ICOEH, Life Member of IMA College of General Practitioners, Life Member of Southeast Asian Regional Bureau of International Union of Health Promotion and Health Education, Life Member of Global Meditating Doctors Association, and other many more organizations. He is the honorary faculty a program of Vyakti Vikas Kendra, an international United Nations recognized non-governmental organization for teaching yoga, pranayama and meditation. I would like to now introduce our second chairperson for the session, which is Dr. Jugal Kishore. Sir, please come to the dais. Dr. Jugal Kishore is a medical educator and a public health expert. He has done his MD in Community Medicine from All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. He has been actively involved in social, mental and environmental health movement in India, and he has various research papers published in journals, in magazines and in dailies. Sir has also authored various books on public health. He has received various awards, which include Dr. S. Radhakrishnan Memorial Teacher Award. His mission is to liberate man through education and development of public health. Sir is currently Director Professor and Head of Community Medicine, Vardhaman Mahavir Medical College and Safdarjung Hospital. I would now like to introduce our third chairperson for the session, which is Dr. Dinesh Kataria. Sir is Professor and Head,
Psychiatry, Department of Lady Harding Medical College, New Delhi. After having done MBBS and MD Psychiatry from PGIMS Rohtak, Sir has done MSc Applied Psychology, MHA, MPhil, Hospital Administration, Postgraduate in Geriatric Care, Medicine, MA in Dalit Studies, and currently pursuing PhD in Psychiatry from University of Delhi. I would now like to ask our chairperson, Dr. S.K. Rasania, to please introduce the speaker for the session.
Good afternoon. I am really feeling honored to introduce the main speaker for this session, Dr. Ramesh Vijlani, who was head of department in the Department of Physiology, AIMS, New Delhi. Dr. Vijlani is a writer, inspirational speaker, medical scientist, and retired professor of physiology who has specialized in physiology, nutrition, and yoga. He is the author of more than 200 scientific papers, more than 50 popular articles, and 14 books, including a 1,000-page textbook for medical students and teachers, namely Understanding Medical Physiology, which was published in 2004, and has a 32-page picture book for 5 to 8-year-old, Our Body, A Wonderful Machine, which was published in 1986, which was the best-selling title published by the National Book Trust for the decade 1995 to 2005. He has won many awards for his innovation in research. He was awarded and honored Devraj Bajaj Prize for Innovation in Physiological Techniques from the Association of Physiologists and Pharmacologists of India in December 1978. He got first prize for essay entitled "How Can You Help Fight Hunger" by the United Nations University in April 1980. He has received Dr. K.K. Sharma Award for the best essay entitled "Is Medical Research in India a Fraud?" Then also for essay entitled "Dilemma for Fresh Medical Graduates" in August 1984 by the Delhi Medical Association. He has also got BP Koirala Institute from BP Koirala Institute of Health Sciences Internal Oration Award for contribution to the vision, mission, and goal of BPKIHS in September 96. He received Dr. M.L. Gupta Prize for contribution for medical education by Association of Physiologists and Pharmacologists of India in December 2001. He got General S.L. Bhatia Prize for contribution to physiology by Association of Physiologists and Pharmacologists of India in December 2004. He received Dr. Mansi Mohan Ram Memorial Lecture by the Department of Botany, Miranda House, University of Delhi in 2011. The title of his talk was delivered in February 2011, was Decision Making, the Spiritual Dimension. He also got the Lifetime Achievement Award from the Association of Physiologists and Pharmacologists of India in 2010. He also gave a presentation during the award ceremony in March 2011 called "What is Life for Anyway?" Excerpts from the talk are available on YouTube. It will be a great honor for all of us to have words from him on the topic of this session. May I request Dr. Vijlani sir to be there on the dais? And may I request Dr. Jugal Kishore to say a few words about him?
Good afternoon, everybody. I got the opportunity to meet Dr. Vijlani when I was in Nepal for a short period. He was heading the department and also the in charge of curriculum, and it was very nice working with him. Although I did my post-graduation from AIMS, so that time I was not knowing, but when I worked with him, it was like the way he used to teach. Even colleague is wonderful. And it was like from the very beginning I was seeing the difference in the interpersonal relationship. And when I asked, please write Loar to me. So instead of typing, he has written by hand. And I still keep that Loar, which is one of the greatest treasure with me from the Vijlani. So he's the kind of personality which is speak itself that what need to be done, changed as far as the medical science is concerned. His heart to physiology is shown in the book. If you read it, you'll find a new concept, new techniques and ideas. So I'm always privileged that I am somehow associated a little bit and getting inspiration from him. So thank you very much, sir. Please, we'll be very happy to listen to you.
Thank you for a very elaborate introduction. I hope I'm not hiding behind the stage too much. You see me? I must first thank the community medicine fraternity for inviting me, not only because I'm from physiology, but also because at my age sometimes I can claim senile immunity. The immunity is not senile, I'm senile. I might not stick to time and I might deviate from the topic. These are risks you always run when you invite a person my age. The topic is holistic approach to stress management. Before I go to the topic, it's my privilege to bring to you the blessings and love of the Mother and Sri Aurobindo from Sri Aurobindo Ashram, Delhi branch. When we talk about the holistic approach, which whole are we referring to? The whole that we are referring to is the whole person. And what is the whole person? To understand that, let me give you a hypothetical incident. Not too hypothetical, because just the other day there was a fire not far away from here in Karol Bagh. Imagine a building like that on fire, and in front of it are the firemen, and they are told that there are plenty of people trapped inside the building, as was the case in this hotel. Now, imagine the fireman there. The first impulse that comes to him is, let me enter the burning building and rescue these people who are trapped inside. But if he delays a bit, he might get another voice from somewhere within, which tells him it will be very hot and suffocating. And then a third voice comes which tells him it will be very risky. Suppose I die in the process, what will happen to my family? Now here you can see the same person, but three different voices at work. One impulse is telling him it will be very hot and suffocating, which means it will not be a pleasant experience. Now this is the emotional part of the being. Another voice tells him it will be risky. If I die, then what will happen to my family? This is the intellect, which works on the basis of reason. Both these, the emotional part of the being and the intellect, are what we call the mind. But then there is a third impulse which told him, enter the burning building and rescue these people. Now this is a voice that was quick and clear. He told him that this is the only right thing to do, and did not go into any arguments, did not think in terms of whether the experience would be pleasant or unpleasant, and did not go into the risk-benefit or profit and loss analysis. Now this type of a voice comes from yet another part of the being, and that is our divine essence or the soul. So if we consider the totality of the person, it consists not only of the body and the mind consisting of both the feelings and our capacity to think, but it has also a hidden entity behind these, and in fact supporting all these, which is our divine essence or the soul. And the soul is not just an entity for consoling us that some part of us will continue to be alive even after we are dead and gone. The soul also has a dynamic aspect. It does intervene in our day-to-day life. It puts in that shy and faint but very clear whisper which tells us what the right thing to do is in a particular situation. Call it the voice of the soul, or the voice of our deepest self, or just the inner voice. Sri Aurobindo and the mother call it the voice of the psychic being. The psychic being is the dynamic aspect of the soul. Call it what you may, but this inner voice we are all familiar with, and this is what constitutes the whole person. Why it's important to talk about it is that we are talking about stress management, or in other words, how to be mentally at peace. And we've just seen that the mind, the emotional part of the being, as well as the intellect, these are not very reliable in keeping us at peace. Why? Because the emotional part of the being is looking for experiences which are pleasant right here and now. And in that process, sometimes it leads us astray. The intellect is a very versatile tool. It can give us arguments for doing something and arguments for not doing something. For example, this person found a reason for not entering the burning building. It will be very risky. What will happen to my family? You can equally well find a reason for entering the building because that is a part of my duty, to do my duty in the best possible way. Now that is also a reason. One can find a reason for everything, for doing something, for not doing something. For example, if I have to try and think rationally how long I should speak, one way to think would be that my session was supposed to be over at 3 o'clock, so I should have finished long ago. But another way to reason would be that I had been given 45 minutes for the session, so I should finish only when 45 minutes are over. So I have reason supporting stopping right now and a reason for continuing a little longer. So the reason is a very versatile tool. You can justify whatever you want using reason. Now, with these two fickle tools, which we call the mind, how can we expect the mind to be at peace? It needs an anchor which is stable, which is sure, and which is much wiser than the mind. And what is that anchor? And that anchor, you might have guessed, is the soul. And that is why we need to understand the totality of the person if we want to be mentally at peace. Now, the key to holistic health, including mental health, be it physical health or mental health, the body and the mind are very closely connected. One can't be healthy without the other. The key to holistic health is unification around what is in us the highest, the best, and the most powerful, and that is our soul. Because it has these characteristics, it can, and the rest of us is malleable. It can be transformed to unified with this part more and more. Now, how does that happen? Again, let's see this example. We go back to the same example. Suppose this person decides to enter the building, and he does, irrespective of the outcome, irrespective of the experience being hot and suffocating. How does he feel? Does he feel good or does he feel bad? It's hot and suffocating, but he has still entered, and irrespective of the outcome, whether he is able to rescue or he is not able to rescue, he still feels good. Now, why does he feel good? I mean, that is the paradox. He feels good because whenever we do the right thing, we get joy, and more important than joy, we get lasting mental peace. Why lasting mental peace? Because now this person knows that I did the best that I could. The rest is in God's hands. Whether I could rescue them or not, that is not the point. The point is I did my best. So he is mentally at peace. Now compare this with the fact, suppose he did not enter the building. And then later it was found that some people were actually trapped and died. Now he feels guilty. He feels uneasy. And this uneasiness can be recurrent. It can follow him even to his deathbed. We had a professor of ENT who, while teaching us, used to deviate the way I often did while teaching. And he referred to medical ethics, and he started saying that he had another friend, another ENT surgeon of his in private practice, and then when this person was dying, He was very worried. Why was he worried? What will happen when I go up there and I'm asked why you removed so many tonsils unnecessarily? Now, this is that recurrent uneasiness which we may silence somehow or the other, but then it doesn't leave us. It sometimes follows us to our deathbed. So it is this recurrent uneasiness that I'm talking about. Now, therefore, when we do the right thing, by listening to the voice of the soul, we get joy and lasting mental peace, and we escape the punishment of guilt and recurrent uneasiness. Now, visualize a person who very frequently listens to this voice and acts upon it. Now, every time he acts upon it, what happens? The emotional part of the being experiences a joy which is better than happiness. It's a superior version of happiness. That's why we use the word joy. The emotional part of the being experiences lasting mental peace, and it also experiences absence of guilt and uneasiness. Now, why I'm saying superior version of happiness is, there are two types of happiness broadly. One is the happiness of getting something, the other is the joy of giving something. Now, compare two types of happiness: getting a new dress or giving a dress in charity. Which feels better? Giving the dress in charity feels better. Getting something nice to eat versus feeding a hungry person. Which feels better? Feeding the hungry person feels better. Which means the joy of giving is always better than the happiness of getting something. And a person who is acting on the voice of the soul makes choices which involve love, and love always expressed by giving. Giving something that we have to somebody who needs it. Now, as a result of listening to the voice of the soul, expressing his love by giving, the person is repeatedly experiencing joy and lasting mental peace and escaping the sense of guilt and recurrent uneasiness. Now, repeated experience of any type leads to learning. That is what learning is basically about. Learning is behavioral modification as a result of experience. That's the technical definition of learning. Now, the emotional part of the being is repeatedly getting this experience in this person who is frequently enough making a choice at the level of the soul. As a result of repeated experience, the emotional part of the being gets trained. What training does it get? What does it learn now? As a result of this training, it learns that there are two types of happiness. The joy of giving feels better, and therefore the emotional part of the being itself starts showing a preference for the joy of giving. Now, if the emotional part of the being is giving the choice, making the choice of giving something rather than getting something, the soul is giving the same choice, then what is the difference left between the two? The two have become one. And once these two have become one, more than half the battle is won. W-N one. Why? Because the intellect is easy to deal with. If the soul and the emotional part of the being want something, and the emotions are the most powerful part of our being. We are dominated primarily by emotions. Although we may like to say that I live by reason, but by and large we are ruled by emotions. So if the emotional part of the being and the soul have united, the intellect will always invent reasons to support that choice. It can do it. It's versatile enough to justify whatever you like. So it finds a reason to justify what the emotional part of the being and the soul are together trying to say. And once these three have united in saying the same thing, the poor body, that's a docile instrument. It will do what the mind is telling it to do, and now the mind has become one with the soul. So this is what is meant by unification around the highest, the best, the most, and the most powerful part of the being. So they are unified. Total unification is more than a lifetime's job. But every step that we take in that direction gives more and more of joy and mental peace. So that is how, and when we are mentally at peace, we also become physically healthy. Now this is beyond folk wisdom. We have a lot of support for it. We have a whole new branch of science called psychoneuroimmunology, which supports this. So this is how the person can be mentally at peace by using the soul as the anchor for the emotional part of the being and the intellect. That, in fact, is the key to holistic physical and mental health. Now, this workshop is primarily about joy at the workplace. occupational health. Although one might say, a lady raised that question in the previous session, that why only occupational, why not everybody? In a way, even if you say occupational, it includes everybody. Because all of us do something. Unless you take that joke seriously. Who says nothing is impossible? I have been doing it for years. Now, that joke apart, by and large, we all do something or the other, including the lady who is a homemaker. Being a homemaker is a very respectable, although undervalued and underpaid occupation. That's also an occupation. So in that sense, we are all in some occupation or the other. So, but anyway, taking a little restricted view of the workplace, it has been found that a person who experiences joy at the workplace has this combination of these three things generally. He is passionate about the work, he enjoys doing this work, he has aptitude for this work, and therefore he really likes the work. And because of these reasons, he also does this job extremely well. He has excellence in his work. And the third is, the work is ethically sound. This is something we sometimes forget. A thief or a robber may be very good at his job. A terrorist may be very good at his job. But because the third part is not there, this person does not experience the same joy. So the work being ethically sound is equally important. So it is these three which lead to what is called a state of flow. Psychologists sometimes use the word flow. Flow for this, that is sort of, the person forgets that I am doing the work and play become one for him. He loses track of time, he forgets whether he has eaten or not. He just goes on working because he's experiencing that flow. And that flow comes, or that joy at your work comes from a combination of these three things. In contrast, stress comes from the opposite, which means the person does not find joy in the work, he is doing it just because he wants to make a living. Paid to bharna hai na bhaiya. So he is doing it for that purpose. Then it can be because of interpersonal problems. He is not getting along well with his colleagues. And the work involves making unethical choices. And which is happening not only if the person is a robber or a terrorist, it is becoming more and more common in almost all types of professions. People who are getting big fat packages in corporate sector, doing management jobs, you ask them, they'll tell you, yes, we have to do it. Unless we do it, we keep losing one job after another. So sooner or later, because they have to survive, most of them continue to do those things. What are those things? The company must make profit 10 times, as a result of their being in the job, the company must make 10 times the profit as compared to what they are being paid. Company pahle se to nahi degi. They getting fat packages. Now how do they ensure that type of profit? By cheating the customers, by somehow making the customers feel that they want something that they don't really need, by making the customers feel that now they must change their cell phone because now this cell phone is obsolete, it doesn't have this feature or that feature, so they must fool the customers, they must fool the shareholders, they must fool the rival companies, they must do some play some tricks to find secrets from the rival companies, and they must cheat the government so that they can evade taxes, and so on and so forth. Now, unless they do all these things, they don't make that profit. Now, forget even that. Noble professions like education and health, unethical choices are being made there also. I'll not dilate upon it. We are all familiar with how both these education and health have become industries, and how a lot of money is being made through unethical choices in which teachers and doctors are also participating. Now the result is that stress at workplace has become all too common, because all these three things are extremely common by and large, and we have seen that how we can deal with all these by unification of the mind. So let's now see these three things one by one, how we can deal with them through the holistic approach. Now, so far as the work is concerned, ideal would be that one should have the aptitude, one should be passionate about it, and so on and so forth. And then only one can enjoy the work. But then we don't always get the type of work that we may enjoy that much. it may be a little too much to expect that a typist will always enjoy typing what the boss has asked him to type. Now, then what is this yogic attitude which does not depend upon exactly the type of work that we do? The yogic attitude to work is that I am not the doer of this work. I am only an instrument of God doing this work. He is the one, the God is the one who has given me the ability to do the work, be it intelligence, be it the capacity to work hard, be it the degree I have or the education that I have received. All these have been given to me by God. And then God has given me the conditions and circumstances under which I am able to do this work. And therefore I am only His instrument. And it is my privilege to be His instrument because God has no shortage of instruments and He's not in a hurry. Still He has chosen me to do this work and given me the abilities and the circumstances to do it. So I am grateful to God for that. And since that is so, this work has to be offered to Him, the one who has entrusted this work to me. And in spite of all this, the outcome may not be what I expect. After all, we all expect something from what we do. That is logical and there is no sin in it. If I do something, with my limited intelligence, I feel that this type of action will lead to this type of result. The problem is not with the expectation. The problem is with being attached to the outcome. That is, I insist on that outcome. If the outcome is otherwise, then I am upset. That is what creates the problem. I don't have to be upset if the outcome is different from what I had expected. Now, this type of attitude resolves many problems. Because what is it that leads to problem because of work? I am doing the work so well, and still I am not being recognized, I am not being rewarded. If I am not the doer, then why do I have to worry about whether I am being recognized or rewarded? Okay, even if I am not worried about being rewarded and recognition, at least I should be successful at my work. But then who defines success and failure? The outcome may be different from what I had expected, and then I call it failure. But then who can define success and failure? To just give you a striking example, there were many attempts made on the life of Pope John Paul II. And naturally he survived because of those attempts. After one of those failed attempts, he was asked for his comments. He said, well, one hand pulled the trigger, another hand guided the bullet. Now, the person who pulled the trigger, he must be an efficient marksman, and that day he must have felt, aaj to nishana chuk gaya. Today I failed. I missed my mark. But there was an unseen hand that deflected the bullet a little bit, and that unseen hand achieved success. So what was failure to this marksman was success for God. So the outcome was determined by God, not by this man. So one hand pulled the trigger, another hand guided the bullet. Now, if we have this, then I do not even expect success the way I look at success. A doctor thinks that he is successful if the patient has lived. But then if the patient is in the ICU and miserable and leading a vegetative existence, failure may be better than success. Failure may relieve this patient of all his misery. So success and failure are relative. But at the same time, that doesn't mean jo hona hai wo hona hi hai. So I don't do my work properly. I still do my work to the best of my ability because I have to offer this work to God, and it should be fit to be offered. Therefore, I put my heart and soul into the work, and yet I am not attached to the work. I do not expect any reward and recognition for the work. Now, this takes away a lot of sources of stress from the work. Then making the right choices. We just saw that we can make choices at the level of the soul, at the level of the emotional part of the being, at the level of the intellect. And the discrepancy between these three is frequent but not inevitable. And the right choices are those which are given to us by the soul in its shy and faint but very clear voice, which doesn't take any time to tell us what the right thing to do. It's a very quick and clear voice. So making the right choices will also take away a lot of sources of stress at the workplace. Then accepting difficulties delightfully. Whether the difficulty is that the work did not succeed the way I looked at it, or whether the difficulty is because I have to deal with people whom I don't like. All these difficulties can be accepted without getting upset, not only without getting upset, rather positively and delightfully, because in the journey of life, there is a goal, and the goal is spiritual. That is what distinguishes man from animals. Man is more than a feeding and breeding animal. So his aim is not, in life is not limited to eating well, producing children, building a house. These are things which animals also do. What distinguishes man's purpose of existence and that of the animals is the spiritual goal of life, the spiritual purpose of life. And from this point of view, both the pleasant and unpleasant experiences that we get in life are merely conditions and circumstances that we get for fulfilling the purpose of life. And we need both, because if all were going well with life, we would feel so entertained, so we find life so interesting, we'll get so absorbed in life that we'll forget what the true goal of life is. We'll get lost in what, it will sort of use that phrase, the wine, women and money, or what, wine, women and music, or whatever. That's what we'll get absorbed in. On the other hand, if everything keeps going wrong with life, then we feel so dejected, so disappointed that feel like committing suicide. Now what keeps us going is a mixture of both. It keeps us alive, gives us some reason to live, at the same time we don't forget the purpose of life. So we learn to accept both success and failure, victory and defeat, insult and praise, all these opposites delightfully, because both are being given to us because we need them. Without them we will not fulfill the true purpose of life. Now, looking at difficulties of life in that dispassionate way, we can accept them delightfully as a gift from God because we need it. Now, if it is suppose a person a difficult person we have to deal with, then we look upon this person not as a difficulty, but as a challenge, as an opportunity. What type of challenge? This person is challenging our capacity to see the divine in him or her. Because we are all manifestations of the divine, all manifestations of God. God is within all of us. It's very easy to see God in Ram, it is difficult to see it in Ravan. But if I have one Ravan in my life, that Ravan is a blessing. Why? Because this person is challenging my capacity to see God in him. If I can see God in this person, I can see God in everybody. So this person is my opportunity for seeing God in everybody, and that is a part of my spiritual growth. So this person is helping me fulfill the purpose of my life. Okay. So a difficult colleague is not a difficulty, but is a challenge and an opportunity. Now coming down a little more to the ground, managing stress. Now you might have seen that the lines along which I have talked, I'm not talking just of stress management, because stress management is something negative. Stress management implies making stress somehow manageable or tolerable or bearable, less painful. That is what management is about. I'm talking about filling life with just the opposite of stress, something positive, filling life with love, peace and joy. People often say that, well, it's easy to talk about filling life with love, peace and joy, but that is very difficult. Yes, it is difficult. But in the stressful life that most people live, while living primarily on the physical and emotional plane, the stressful life that most people live because of looking at life primarily from the physical and emotional angle is even more difficult. That's not an easy life either. Now, before going into what more one might say about stress management anyway, let me get one thing out of the way, and that is meditation. In fact, that is what some people here in the audience might have expected, a holistic approach to stress management, so I'll explain in detail exactly how to meditate. Some of you might have had that expectation. Now, expecting 20 minutes of meditation to compensate for 24 hours of tension and turmoil is expecting too much from too little. Meditation is good for introspection. Meditation is good for examining within how much I am bringing into practice what I already know. But meditation by itself will not relieve stress if I am not willing to redirect my life, if I am not willing to look at life differently, if I am not willing to look at the events and circumstances of life from a different angle. I may not succeed completely in redirecting my life or pressing the reset button of my mind. I may not succeed fully in that. But that effort is necessary if I expect meditation to give any results, because meditation will only help me go into a state of relative mental silence where I can look deeper within, access that part of the being which is my anchor, and then also try and introspect to what extent what I already know I am actually putting into practice. Then meditation would help, but not otherwise. Now I turn to an American psychologist, Richard Carlson, who has said that all stress results basically from the gap between the way things are and the way we would like them to be. He's written about 20 books on stress, and one of them is Don't Sweat the Small Stuff, and it's all small stuff. That itself gives you a formula for stress management. In simpler words, it means don't worry about small things, everything is a small thing. Now he says that stress is basically the result of the gap between the way things are and the way we would like them to be. And it's quite true. If I have this much money and I want this much, then there's a gap between the two, between what I want and what actually exists. Therefore, I am under stress. If I want my husband or wife to behave in a certain way, but he or she insists on behaving in just opposite way, again there's a gap between what I want and what actually exists. Therefore, I am under stress. So if this is the gap that leads to all stress, then how can this gap be bridged? Logically, it can be bridged either if things change so that they become like the way I would want them to be, or I change so that even if nothing changes, I start liking it. Now, out of these two options, changing the situation is not always easy. One can try, and if it is possible, certainly one should work towards that end. But a more feasible option is that I should work on myself, change myself, so that I can now look at things differently and I start liking things as they are. Here three this thing has been summarized. In the central square is the person under stress because of the gap between what he wants and the way things are. And then there are three ways in which this gap can be closed. In one, things have changed, and so that what he wants is the same as what exists, which means the situation has changed. In situation 2, the situation has not changed, but he has changed, so that now he likes things as they are. Again, the gap has closed. But then these two are not mutually exclusive, and that is what has been shown in number 3. To some extent, the situation can change, and to some extent, he can change. Again, the gap has been closed. For example, if I have this much money, I want this much. I work harder, I earn a little more money. Now I have this much money. Not as much as I wanted, but more than what I had earlier. I work at the other end, I reduce my desires. So that now my reduced desires can be fulfilled with this much money. So the gap has been closed. So the two approaches are not mutually exclusive, but the more practical option generally is to change oneself, especially when it comes to interpersonal problems, because very difficult to change somebody else. And how I can change is by seeing things differently, by seeing something positive in the situation, and that is what is called positive thinking. Now let's see some aspects of seeing something positive in the situation, how it can be done. One of these we have already seen, seeing the divine in others. So if you have an interpersonal problem, one tries to see the divine in the other person. Doesn't mean that it has to be taken to its extremes, because it all depends upon how much of a shield I have, how much of a capacity I have, and how difficult the other person is. And there can be situations in which changing the situation might be the only option. For example, if at the workplace one is dealing with a very difficult boss, it may be more practical to change the job than to change myself and just go on tolerating. And not from the workplace, but from outside the workplace in domestic situations. If a husband is getting drunk and beating his wife every day, we can't tell her to just see the divine in this person and use him as an opportunity for spiritual growth. The first thing you tell her, what are you waiting for? Walk out of this marriage. Create that geographical distance between yourself and this person. But having said that, after she has moved out, again the spiritual approach helps, because if she continues to harbor negativity towards this person, and those incidents which happened in the past keep coming back to her mind again and again, and she keeps feeling bad about it, she keeps getting angry with this person again and again, she continues to be miserable even after creating that geographical distance. In other words, she is giving this person power to make us miserable through remote control. Why should she hand over that power to him? Why not just see that when this person was a very imperfect manifestation of the divine, he was a very distorted manifestation, but all the same, because of his distortion, he had his reasons for doing it, he was like that, he was constituted differently. There are imperfect, highly imperfect manifestations, I forgive him. What he did, now it belongs to the past, I forget the past and forgive him completely. So, that way, by forgiving him, the person whom she is helping the most is herself. She should not give that power to him to make her miserable through remote control. Then seeing the hand of the divine behind all events. As I gave that example, one hand pulled the trigger, the other guided the bullet. So, the hand of the one who knows all, if it is behind that, there must be something good about it. And even if I do not know anything else that is good about it, at least one thing I do know, that it is an opportunity for spiritual growth. Now, how does an unpleasant event become, or misfortune become, an opportunity for spiritual growth? In many ways. Firstly, it makes us aware of our own limitations. And when we become aware of our limitations, we turn to the one who has no limitation, for whom things which are very difficult for us are very easy, for whom nothing is impossible. So it takes us closer to God. Second way it happens is, it humbles us. Doesn't humiliate us, it humbles us. Because we realize our limitations, we become more humble, and we also realize our interdependence and interrelationship with others. Because if everything is going well, sometimes we can get so conceited that I don't care for anybody, I don't need anybody, everybody around me is just meant to serve me in any case, so I'm the king. No. So self-sufficient, and I dominate the world as a matter of right. It's my radhikar. That's the type of feeling one can get. It's when we are going through a difficulty which is too much for us to handle that we realize that I have limitations, and then comes along some instrument of God who is helpful to us. And now we are very grateful to this person. We feel that, yes, I am not totally self-reliant, we are all interdependent, and we realize this interrelationship. Another way it happens is, as a result of this humility, now if I hurt somebody, I find it very easy to apologize. And if somebody has hurt me, I find it very easy to forgive that person. Now all these things contribute to spiritual growth, because what essentially they are doing is, they are bringing us closer to others. And coming closer to others is an important part of spiritual growth, because it's a giving expression to the inherent oneness which actually we all have. As children of the same God, we all are one, and it's only giving this expression to it. Just as the ego, which has important uses, it is because of the ego that we achieve and accomplish many things in life. Ego has its negative part, it divides us. Because what is basically ego about? Me versus all the rest. Now, the antidote to the ego has also been planted in us, and that is love. Love unites, ego divides. So anything which promotes oneness is a part of spiritual growth and is an antidote to this ego. Both are required. Ego is required, it has a limited use, but at the same time, controlling the ego and eventually eliminating it are important, and that is a part of spiritual growth, and that happens through love, which is the antidote. And the seed for that has also been planted in us. Imagine how much a woman loves her child. She doesn't look upon the child as another person. She feels the child is an extension of herself. So that is where the two become one. So that union, not seeing that barrier, ego barrier dividing the two, is what love is about. The child is sick, needs attention even at night, the mother can't sleep. She doesn't look at it this way, my need is sleep, I don't care for the child's need, let me sleep. It's not my need versus the child's need. She just sees the child's need is very important. The child is also me, and therefore she is very easily able to stay awake the whole night out of love. So that is what love is about. So that is how misfortune, unpleasant events take us closer to the divine, closer to that unification of the being, which we talked about. So even when there's nothing positive in a situation, there's always one thing positive in it. Why I have made a separate picture for it, a slide for it, is because this is very important, and I'm sure many of you can now guess what it is. This question mark you can easily answer. Even when there's nothing positive in a situation, there's always one thing positive in it, and what is that? Very good. It's an opportunity for spiritual growth. So every situation is an opportunity for spiritual growth. Many of my students now abbreviate as OSG because I repeat it so often. So if everything in life is an OSG is a very potent, infallible prescription for lasting mental peace. Because if every situation is covered, then what is left behind? Nothing is left. Now you may say that you are not talked about pleasant events or success being, how success can be an opportunity for spiritual growth. It's not that we need only misfortune. We grow more often through misfortune, but success can also be an opportunity. I'll show you how. What does success mean? Or good fortune mean? It means having excess of something, more than our share of something. Be it intelligence, be it wealth, be it power, whatever it is. Now if we have more of something, and we look around, we find somebody else who needs what we have in excess. We share that with that person, that becomes our opportunity for spiritual growth. Because you are expressing your love by giving what you have in excess to somebody who needs it because that person doesn't have enough of it. Power, very important. Political power as a good fortune. Now, the Prime Minister of the country has that. And what is his way to fulfill the purpose of his life? By using this power to take those decisions which will improve the life of the people in the country. Of course, he's helping the people, but he's also helping himself fulfill the purpose of his life. So good fortune is also an opportunity. Now, this way of looking at all situations having a positive aspect, at least one positive feature, being an OSD, is positive thinking without any limitations. Now, having talked about all that, we are all human. We have our weakness and frailties. So sometimes we need what is maybe called first aid in stress. For that, we have some relaxation techniques available. Any physical activity is relaxing to some extent. Yogic practices even more so, and the meditative practices can also be very relaxing. Playing music, or if you don't know how to play music, listening to music can be very relaxing. Stay moderately busy. Being idle is stressful. Being overworked is also stressful. So just stay moderately busy. Help somebody. When you help somebody, your focus shifts from your problems to somebody else, and that helps us. One realizes that some other people have problems much bigger than we have, and that helps us. So help somebody. Then expressive therapies. When we express oneself through music, art, painting, or just writing a diary. All these things help. Then fire ritual. If you're very angry with somebody and finding it very difficult to forgive that person, write a letter to this person in which ventilate all your anger, but then don't send that letter, just consign it to a fire. That is fire ritual, and while consigning it to the fire, say that now I have forgiven this person. All is forgotten, all is forgiven. Keep a pet, especially if you live all alone in the house, have no company. Because you found even a husband or a wife with whom you fight a lot, It keeps you alive longer than staying completely all alone. The people who live shorter, people who live with at least one more person on the same roof, irrespective of the relationship between the two, live longer than people who live completely all alone. There are statistics supporting that. So, keep at least a pet. Talk to somebody in whom you can confide. And if you don't have somebody in the family or friends to talk to somebody, then find a counselor. That's what counselors are for. And of course, the ultimate counselor is the divine. Talk to God, who is available to all of us, rich and poor alike, any time of the day or night, without any charges, without any appointment. And one can find a lot of spiritual solace and build up a small social network system, support system, by visiting places like our ashram, where we have a satsang on every Sunday in the morning at 10 o'clock. And some of the same people come week after week, and that itself becomes a social support system. They start talking to each other after the satsang, they start having lunch together in the ashram, and they start sharing their joys and sorrows. We also have camps in our hill centers in Nainital, in the summers particularly, and there's no time for questions, but for any questions or comments, or to be in the mailing list of for the ashram magazines, which will give you some good reading material, as well as tell you about the forthcoming events in the ashram, you can always email me. The email is simple to remember: RAM for Ramesh, BIJ for Bijlani, Rambij kahe aapki marzi, Rambij kahe aapki marzi, @gmail.com. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for a wonderful speech on holistic approach to health stress management. If anybody in the audience want to have any question. Pardon? Okay, mailing list is in here. Okay. Sir, thank you so much. Some of the important points I really like very much. For the mind to be in peace, it needs an anchor, that is the soul. That is a really great thing which is told in the morning also. But a little bit confusion is there in my mind, because in the morning it was told me that give 30 minutes in the morning and before sleep and meditate. And you said that 20-30 minutes per day in 24 hours is nothing for that 24 hours. So a little bit confusion is there. I don't know whether. Anyway, I will ask this question through email. Suppose you can answer it, if you can.
This is the answer. I would much rather end on a musical note. Sound? You said sound is come? No sound. ठीक है, छोड़।
Thank you, sir. It was a wonderful experience to listen this type of thing. And say, next session we are just waiting and we have to conclude. So there were two things which I could interpret. One thing was this much or that much. This much or that much. And somewhere this much in between was accepted. So it is a concept from Buddhism which is Madhyamagga. Madhyamagga means Madhyamar, somewhere in between. And similarly, somewhere, sir, you talked about ego and love and all that. Beautifully you said. But somehow, even ego, it is somewhere in between id and superego. So again, it comes in Madhyamagga. So it is basically making an adjustment. What you said, beautifully said, sir. Thank you very much. And I am thankful to the organizers. They given me the opportunity to say a few words. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for an enriching and thought-provoking session. I would now like to ask our chairpersons if they would like to give their comments. Dr. Jeevan.
I just want to ask, sir, suppose somebody is not believing in God, not at all. Can he be at peace and joy?
If he's exceptionally lucky, then he can be, but then his happiness will be always vulnerable and shaky. Because by and large, in such situations, what happens is that the person doesn't have enough of his own inner resources to be happy. He's dependent on external circumstances for his happiness. And he feels that I have the capacity to maintain this type of external circumstances. But then there are things which are beyond our capacity, and things on which we are dependent, like our wealth, power, connections, good health, good interpersonal relationships, and so on and so forth. Some of these things can, any of these things can change in a moment. And then that person is very vulnerable.
Thank you, sir. I would now like to request Dr. S. K. Rasania to give a memento to Dr. Ramesh Vijani as a token of our appreciation. I would now like to request Dr. Sunila Garg to give a memento to Dr. S. K. Rasania. I would now like to request Dr. Jyoti to give a memento to Dr. Dinesh Shivani. I would now like to request Dr. Anita Acharya also to come to the stage and give the memento to Dr. Jigal Kishore. Dr. Dinesh. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. And thanks to the audience. We will now continue with our sessions. Next session.
All those who have not collected their souvenirs are requested to take them from the registration counter. We will be starting the next session within 2 minutes. Just give us some time to make the arrangements.
So, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next plenary session. The next plenary session will be a panel discussion on clinical facets of occupational diseases. So I would like to, I take the privilege to call upon the chairpersons of the panel discussion, Dr. Sunila Garg ma'am. Dr. Sunila Garg ma'am is Director Professor, Department of Community Medicine, Maulana Azad Medical College, New Delhi, India. Ma'am is experienced head of faculty and medical sciences with a demonstrated history of working in the medical education public health management organization. We welcome you, ma'am. Ma'am, kindly raise the rise, please. Now I would like to invite Dr. Jyoti Ghanikar, ma'am, Director Professor, Department of Community Medicine, Lady Harding Medical College, and the Registrar, Lady Harding Medical College, and also Chair, Scientific Committee, ICOEH 2019. Ma'am, kindly grace the rise. Now I take the privilege to invite the panelists on the stage. Our first panelist is Dr. Sunil Kumar, sir. Dr. Sunil Kumar, sir, is Director Professor Head, Department of Otorhinolaryngology, Head and Neck Surgery, Lady Harding Medical College, New Delhi. So kindly grace the rise, sir. The next panelist amongst us is Dr. Alok Sood, sir. Dr. Alok Sood is the Director Professor in the Department of Orthopedics, Lady Harding Medical College, New Delhi. Sir has been the faculty since 2012. He is a trained pediatric orthopedic surgeon under Commonwealth Fellowship in the UK. So kindly grace the rise, sir. Our next panelist is Dr. Parvesh Mehra, sir, HOD Department of Dentistry, Lady Harding Medical College, New Delhi. Sir has experience of more than 20 years in the oral and maxillofacial surgery. I invite Dr. Parvesh Mehra, sir. Sir, please come and grace the rise, sir. The next panelist amongst us is Dr. Om Sai Ramesh V, sir. Sir is Associate Professor, Department of Psychiatry, Lady Harding Medical College. Sir has experience of 20 years in psychiatry. Sir has special interest in child psychiatry and he did his PhD in child adolescent psychiatry from NIMHANS, Bangalore. We welcome you, sir. The next panelist amongst us is Dr. Pranav Ish, sir. Sir is also the moderator in the panel discussion. I welcome sir on the stage. Sir is Assistant Professor in the Department of Pulmonary Critical Care and Sleep Medicine, BMMC, and Safdarjung Hospital, New Delhi. The next panelist amongst us is Dr. Niharika Agrawal. Dr. Niharika Agrawal is Assistant Professor, Department of Medicine, Lady Harding Medical College. She did her graduation and post-graduation from Lady Harding Medical College itself. We welcome you, ma'am. The next panelist is Dr. Ashish Mehra, sir. Sir did his MBBS from SCB Medical College, Odisha, and MD in General Medicine from PGIMR and Dr. RML Hospitals. Presently, he is working as an Assistant Professor in Lady Harding Medical College. We welcome you, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm sure this is going to be a very interesting session which will not put you off to sleep. And first we'll have the set of questions, then we'll open the questions to the learned audience. So with this, let me introduce, we have got Dr. Sunil Kumar, with whom I have the pleasure of working with National Program for Prevention and Control of Deafness, an eminent ENT surgeon, Dr. Alok Sood. Then we have got, who is Director Professor, Department of Orthopedics, a very, very important branch. And then Dr. Om Sai Ramesh, who is Professor of Psychiatry, and quite a chunk of it we have talked over today, that how important is the role of psychiatry, mind, soul, everything is quite interdependent, because last year when we were looking at adolescence and depression part, that all put us to a kind of a situation where all of us were alarmed. There's so much of problem of depression is there amongst our youth. Then, we have got Dr. Niharika Agrawal, who is Assistant Professor of Medicine, and the only sole, lady, but we have two, people who are going to there take care of the session. Then Dr. Ashish Behra, again, who is the Assistant Professor of Medicine from the college. And then we do have a very, very important, branch, that is dentistry, represented by Dr. Parvesh Mehra. So with this, I'll request Dr. Jyoti to start with the first question, which will be put to Dr. Ashish Behra.
Yeah, Dr. Ashish Behra. The first question is, how does one define occupational health, sir? You can do that.
Hello everyone. After the session by Dr. Shivani, in which a whole lot have been told about the health, and occupational health is a part of that. It's more of a community medicine. It's a wholesome approach. It's not physical or mental. So we have to learn a bit about being a clinician. When someone asks about occupational diseases, first thing is when we learn our clinical medicine, the first thing is what is the occupation of the patient. It's an integral part of the wholesome approach to a patient. So before telling what is the occupational diseases, we should know about something about occupational health. The occupational health, even in the first joint by WHO and ILO in 1950, they have defined occupational health as something that, I'll quote it, that occupational health should aim at promotion and maintenance of the highest degree of physical, mental and social well-being. That is very integral part of the health of the workers in all occupations. Now coming to that, after that many changes have happened. Not that only that occupational health will be related only to the factory or the mines. It has trickled down to every health, even healthcare management, and even also in agriculture, that has not been included. So the definition of occupational disease per se has changed over a long time. It has changed from occupational hygiene, that's factory hygiene, then it changed to something ergonomics, which has come into the picture. So in the wholesome, in 2002, that's a OSHA, that's Occupational Safety and Health Administration, they have defined that diseases cover any diseases contracted as a result of the exposure to the risk factors arising from work activity. This was a recent definition in the 2002, but many modification has been taken. But which is the best definition which will describe that was given in ILO in 1964, in which the disease known to arise out of exposure to substances and dangerous conditions in processes, trades or occupations. And it had two major components. That is very important. First component was that there should be causal relationship between the exposure and the specific working environment with the disease that is being manifested. And the second one was that the frequency of the disease which happens should be more than the frequency which is present in the rest of the population. These two things are integral to diagnose a patient having an occupational disease.
Thank you, Dr. Behra, and for a very comprehensive reply, and also highlighting the role of community medicine, that it is a key branch which takes care of community medicine. And in fact, when we were at Medical Council of India for curriculum reforms, we realized that ours was the only department which took care of occupational health in depth, so which gives us, kind of a special status, we found that. Thank you so much for acknowledging that. Now, amongst us, we have a very, very, enthusiastic young moderator, Dr. Pranav Ish, and he is assistant professor in pulmonary critical care and sleep medicine. So, Pranav, you can take over from here, and you can ask the questions, and then we will interject if and when.
Thank you, ma'am.
So much.
Thank you for the introduction. So, continuing from Dr. Ashish sir, we have defined occupation and occupational diseases. Now, let us move to what are the broad categories. How can we categorize occupational health? And for that, I'd like to ask Dr. Niharika now.
So when we categorize the occupational hazards, first of all we see what are the major hazards. So they are either physical in the form of extremes of temperature, light, noise, vibration, radiation, mechanical and electrical. And then there's chemical like gases, carbon dioxide, monoxide, nitrous oxide, sulfides, the solvents, inorganic dust and dust. Basically dust is the most common hazard. So inorganic dust and the organic dust. Inorganic dust in the form of grain dust, cotton fiber dust, the organic dust. And the inorganic dust in the form of silica, asbestos, coal dust. So these are inorganic dust. Then heavy metal poisonings, lead, arsenic, mercury, thallium. Then all acids, corrosive acids, alkalis, pesticides. So these all come under chemical hazards. And then the biological hazards like hepatitis B, C, HIV, brucella, tuberculosis, anthrax, tetanus, leptospiral. So these are our biological hazards in our occupation. So when we come to the target organ, what are the target organs being affected? Starting from, we can go from up to down, head to toe. So it's a neurological, ocular, sense, hearing, then our upper ENT. Then it could be a lower respiratory tract involvement, skin, musculoskeleton, then our hematological involvement in the form of leukemias, aplastic anemias, then occupational cancers, and occupational our occupational cancers in the form of bladder cancers, leukemias, and pulmonary cancers. Then this last and but not the least is the mental, behavior and psychosomatic illnesses. So these are the major target organs which we cover in our occupational health hazards.
Right. So it is a big comprehensive list, as I get it, that when we are dealing with occupational hazard, it can lead from any system in the body. So we'll go one by one. So my next question will be to Dr. Sunil Kumar sir. Sir, I heard that noise was listed in the list of physical agents that can cause occupational hazards. Sir, your take on that?
So absolutely, the noise is definitely an occupational hazard.
Yes, sir.
In fact, we have to define what is noise. Noise is unwanted voice, unwanted sound. I was just going through this unwanted sound at unwanted place and time. And some connotation of annoyance is there. Suppose we are sitting here, suddenly there is a noise or some band baja, and that is not expected at the time, which is not comfortable to us. And we get a kahan se aa gayi awaaz? This is the, we define as a noise. And noise, there are so many professions in which the noise, in our residential we have mechanics who are doing this repair of motorcycles, drivers, they are already, horns are there, and other industries are heavy industries. Even in the army there is a lot of noises. This is all part of the noise. Very interesting thing I came across while I was searching the pollution control regarding the noise pollution, and they say Indians are the noisiest people in the world. This was very interesting, and this was mentioned in 2000, and we are deaf about this. This is a very interesting fact. We make a lot of noise, and we are deaf about it. This is a very interesting thing. Other thing is that most of these noises are produced by our social and religious places. This is another interesting point. So noise is everywhere. Definitely, the noise is causing a lot of occupational hazards, and even in our medical fields, there's a lot of noise. I happen to be Dr. Sood will concur with me. A lot of noise in OT also. And the noise expected, the sound volume is expected around about 30 or 40 decibels, and we have maybe more than 60 or 70 decibels of noise in our OTs, and you can imagine. And forget about the ICUs. Yeah.
Right. So moving on from noise, that is from ENT, next we move on to the next system. So my next question is again to Dr. Niharika, ma'am. How will we classify the pulmonary syndromes in terms of occupational health?
So when we talk about pulmonary syndromes, we first talk right from the ENT, ear, nose, upper respiratory tract. We start right from there. So all these toxic fumes causing nasal irritation and increase in the secretion, which I think sir would be better able to explain us. And then when we go to the lower respiratory tract involvement, then it is number one, the presentation could be in a hypersensitivity to the antigens, especially in the, we come across the terms like farmer lung, miller worker lung, then malt worker lungs. So these are the people who are exposed to organic dust and they develop acute asthma-like symptoms to the antigens. Earlier, initially during the course of disease, they may be like after the cessation of antigen for a few days, like Saturday, Sundays when they are not on job, they might, the uneasiness, the breathlessness, the dyspnea may settle. And while coming back to the work on Mondays and Tuesdays, again they may suffer from the similar complaints of dyspnea. But initially it is like curable, but later then when it becomes a permanent disease, it causes obstructive airway disease to the end. It is a permanent damage being done. So that is why it is very important to early identify them and identify by means of PFT, pulmonary function test, so as to identify them earlier, and we use the protective mechanism or change their job or whatever best we can do for them. Secondary could be a chronic stage again in the form of COPDs and bronchitis. Then there can be a presentation in the form of acute interstitial pneumonia. The ones who are doing a rock drilling, tunneling, they're exposed to a whole lot of increased amount of pores, asbestos. So these are the people who are predisposed to acute interstitial pneumonias, and features like fever, shortness of breath, and the type 1 respiratory failure, the PaO2, the blood levels are very low. So these are the patients presenting as an acute interstitial pneumonitis. Or later, the people, then could be an interstitial lung fibrosis. These are the patients who are being exposed for a long period of time, for 15-20 years, to the low doses of inorganic dust. They being presenting as a shortness of breath, dyspnea, and during the course of investigation, we find that they have developed interstitial lung diseases. Then there could be a presentation in the form of silicotuberculosis. This is one term which has been coined because the people who work with who are exposed to silica dust, these people are more prone for tuberculosis compared to the general population, because their macrophages, they are ingesting the silica fibers, they are becoming inactivated and they are not able to protect the person from the tuberculosis development. So these patients need to be identified early. A latent COX in them needs to be treated. They should not be left like that. And then there could be a benign nodules or a malignancies in the pulmonary, like lung, bronchogenic carcinomas or mesotheliomas, the people who are exposed to asbestos. So these are more prone for lung cancers and mesotheliomas. Although there may be a benign plaque or benign nodule lying there, so that may be suggested that they are exposed to asbestos, but they have again a increased propensity to develop malignancies. And finally, infections, man to man, is very common in the workplace. So all those infections like influenzas and tuberculosis, so that is again a pulmonary manifestations of occupational hazards, occupational diseases. So this is whole gamut of presentation, clinical presentation in occupational lung diseases.
I totally agree, ma'am. I have seen patients who come from probably the Rajasthan belt who already have history of silica exposure, and then we find it very difficult to diagnose silicosis, tuberculosis, silicotuberculosis, and eventually treat them also. And especially if they are in the chronic stage, and there's not much we can do about them. So maybe prevention, as ma'am pointed out, and the role of community at large will be able to help us understand better and prevent these things. Right. So you have covered the pulmonary manifestation briefly, but just as ma'am said, she has left out upper respiratory tract. Probably it has been left out for Sunil sir. So my next question will be for you, sir. Could you elaborate the upper airway manifestations?
Partly, Dr. Agrawal has already covered this section, but I would say from nose to larynx, this is upper airway, and all the things are there: sinusitis, rhinosinusitis, vocal cord dysfunction, and we have come across many patients. They come to us on physical examination, nothing is there, but they always say my nose is blocked, my eyes are itching, there's a global sensations, I feel the tightness in my chest. Probably these are cases of the occupational rhinitis. The interesting thing is, they will say, if you probe their history, they will say when we go on holidays or Saturday, Sunday when we don't work, they are better. So the diagnosis is always exclusion. And other term these days is a sick building syndrome. And I think you know better than me. And apart from these, the serious disease is cancers in these cases, especially the woodworkers. And adenocarcinoma is very common, and we have to be very careful regarding taking the history in these cases. And routinely, all the our persons who are, for example, these bakers and the drivers, they are exposed to, they are long list of the fumes and all the workers who are associated with this disease. So I'm not going into detail, but definitely it is there. The history is typical, but we have to probe, because sign and symptoms are almost similar to the allergic or infected. We have to do by the exclusion.
So as rightly pointed out, as we are taught in our MBBS, we must take occupational history. That's a very important part of our history, and that will help us to maybe narrow down the differentials to the etiology. So moving on from pulmonary to non-pulmonary. So my next question would be to you, Dr. Ashish. How would you categorize non-pulmonary syndromes?
After the gamut of disease from the pulmonary aspect, but most commonly, what in a clinical practice you will see, the most common occupational disease which come as acute complications is the skin. They will present with most, even Dr. Bijlani was saying, so if you take housemakers, homemakers, if you take as an occupation, because everyone is in some occupation, they also present with the skin manifestation. The skin is that can be allergic, some allergic urticaria may be only present. Then there will be maybe some irritants, some many irritants like coal tar, because coal tar workers are there. And there are many contact like dye industry, rubber industry. They usually present with the contact dermatitis. That is not allergic, but that is due to irritant which is causing this. Then there may be manifestation with decreased pigmentation like vitiligo. That is very common presentation like vitiligo. Then there are some conditions like extreme of weather. That is, we can see in boilers, and there is burns, scaldings, and not in Indian perspective, but in outside India, say children's also, in ice factories also, children's are present. This manifestation are very commonly seen. Then coming to those people who are working in the radiation industry, they present some amount of pulmonary manifestation, but they also present with radiation burns. This is very common with relation to the skin. And then coming to the hematological manifestation, this is more of a high suspicion has to be kept in this type of patients. If the patient usually presents with breathlessness, this methhemoglobin is very common. Then aplastic anemias, they will on a routine examination which is done periodically. In that we find the patient is having pancytopenia. Then aplastic anemia due to some, this can happen due to any radiations or some agents like dyes. These are very commonly seen. And coming to the neurological manifestations, neurological manifestation can occur in a myriad type of, from headache to any nerve involvement. The patient may be paraplegic. This, and there must be some memory loss. This type of manifestation is very common. Neuropathy is usually a patient with working. Nowadays it has come out because regular screening is being done. So neuropathies we don't find so early. But this patients present with finished. The patient will, the patient family will say that my father is not able to remember my birthday. This type of manifestation we are seeing more, rather than the patient saying that I am having foot drop or something. So this type of manifestation. Then coming to the infection. This is important part as per in relation to me as a physician, that in our healthcare workers, this is very common, tuberculosis. Because we are having, in Delhi we know it is very common, so healthcare workers getting the tuberculosis, hepatitis B, C, even HIV, this has come out to be more. And coming to infections like leptospira, anthrax, these are common with abattoir workers or something, but these are decreasing in frequencies. So these are the most common manifestations we find in non-pulmonary manifestation.
So nicely pointed out, sir. We can have all systems involvement as previously said, and important diseases or infections which are probably easily preventable also rather than treatable. We don't have much treatment for some of these diseases. And I recently came across a hepatology conference where I was asked like how many people in the audience were vaccinated for hepatitis B. I found out that among doctors also the percentage was quite poor. And if you ask me the next question, how many of us know our titles, then probably further fell down. So as ma'am is agreeing to me that we all must protect ourselves first before treating the patient. Right. So we have covered most of the aspects like skin, hematological, neurological malignancies. Now moving on to the musculoskeletal aspects. So my next question to Dr. Alok sir. Sir, what are the musculoskeletal aspects that you would like to discuss regarding occupational hazards?
Yeah, I prepared a short PowerPoint presentation for enlisting the important and common musculoskeletal syndromes which can happen. They are actually basically overuse syndromes. Now the major symptom in these overuse syndromes is pain, which results in suboptimal performance, and sometimes it is significant enough for medical leave. And generally these syndromes, they are easy to diagnose, but they are difficult to treat because they will require activity modification, which is usually not possible in the working environment of modern man. It also may require rest and immobilization, which may be taken as malingering. So it is difficult for us to actually give proper rest and immobilization to such patients. So some of the important overuse syndromes are very common. Lateral epicondylitis, which is also known by the eponym of tennis elbow. It is because of overuse of the tendon of extensors, out of which extensor carpi radialis brevis is the commonest. The pain is brought by resisting wrist extension and radial deviation with elbow extended. So that brings out the pain, and it is easy to diagnose. Now this syndrome can be both in sports person and in non-sports persons. As far as the sports people are concerned, it can be prevented by avoiding the use of rackets with string pressure of more than 60 pounds. And the point which is important for both the athletics and non-athletics is that you should build up your scapular muscles and the shoulder muscles to avoid greater reliance on the forearm muscles for playing as well as for non-athletic activities. So the treatment is usually conservative. As I told you that by activity modification, most of these syndromes will disappear. However, there are certain severe ones where you will require local injections or surgical intervention. Counterpart of lateral epicondylitis is medial epicondylitis, which happens because of overuse trauma to the common flexor pronator region. And usually the pain is on the medial epicondyle. An important thing in this is that this inflammatory mass, it can involve the ulnar nerve, which is lying close by. And once it involves ulnar nerve, the pain starts radiating to the middle border of the forearm, and then treatment becomes more difficult. Now, olecranon bursitis, it usually happens when we are sitting on the desk like this, right? Our olecranon processes, they keep rubbing against the desk. It usually happens in stenographers and typists. It can happen in doctors also. We have a lot of desk job we do. And it usually produces friction in between the bone and skin, thereby leading to swelling and production of effusion. The treatment is simple. You can aspirate it, apply a compression bandage. However, the important thing is that because it is superficial, it may get infected. And in that case, an incision and drainage has to be done, and antibiotics have to be prescribed. Now, chronic tenosynovitis of hand and wrist is very important because all of us are using a lot of keyboard. And usually, when we are using a keyboard, it is in this position when the wrist is extended and the fingers are flexed. So usually, and thumb is abducted. So the more common tendons which are involved are wrist extensor tendons, the finger flexor tendons, and the extensor abductors of the thumb. So as we will see in the next slide, so when the extensor and abductor tendons of the thumb are involved, it becomes a specific syndrome. It is called the famous de Quervain syndrome or de Quervain tenosynovitis. Right? Over here, abductor pollicis longus and extensor pollicis brevis tendons, they are involved, and what happens is that there is soreness of the tendons because of swelling of the synovial layer. Right? So again, the treatment is, again, as I told you, I am repeating again, it is an activity modification which might be very difficult. But in resistant cases, we might give a steroid injection inside the tendon sheath, and that will relieve of the symptoms. Now, prepatellar bursitis is counterpart of polyphenol bursitis, right? The bursitis over here happens in front of the patella because patella is subcutaneous bone. That is why in prolonged kneeling down positions, there might be fluid collection just in front of patella. The treatment is similar to polyphenol bursitis. Very important meniscal injuries. Now, we know that menisci are very important ligaments in our knee joint, the role of which is still poorly understood. Now, how have we reached the conclusion that menisci are important? Because there was a time around 20 years back when total meniscectomies were in vogue. But after the total meniscectomies were performed, it was found that the joint stresses increased by the rate of 200%, 300%, and led to early degeneration of the osteoarthritis of the knee joint. So now total meniscectomies are not done anymore. Again, the injury over here can be athletic and non-athletic. What we are concerned is non-athletic, which is degenerative, and it usually happens because of prolonged kneeling and squatting. The diagnosis is clinical, but it can be confirmed on an MRI. And usually, as I told you, the next slide. As I told you, the treatment is conditioning of the muscles, no meniscectomy or only partial meniscectomy, and as far as possible, the tears should be repaired. If they are in vascular zone, they can be repaired. If they are in avascular zone, you don't have a choice, but you have to remove it. Yeah. So just a word on low backache. Now, low backache is itself, it's a very big chapter, and we can consume only a full talk on low backache. But two things I just want to point out. One is posture, and the second one is importance of exercises. So by good posture, we mean avoid excessive lordosis and kyphosis. Whenever you have a prolonged sitting job, you should try to sit with knees slightly higher than the hips, so that, and use a footrest for that. Use armrest as far as possible if you are prolonged sitting. Use footrest if you are standing if you are in habit of standing or if your occupation demands that, so that you alternatively relieve stress on either lower limb by using the footrest. As far as exercises are concerned, tuck in your abdominal muscles. Abdominal muscles are the third pillar of our spine. Stretch hamstrings. That will relieve the pelvic tilt will be relieved by stretching hamstrings, and build up anti-gravity muscles like gluteus maximus, quadriceps, and soleus, besides spinal muscles.
Thank you so much, sir. That was an elaborate discussion, and
thank you.
Probably lower backache is far more common than we actually present. So, moving on from musculoskeletal to neurological, my question to Dr. Ashish: what other neurological involvements are possible in occupational diseases?
As per sir said that there have been many overuse syndrome, that is good. We many a times find the case that the patient will having low backache as per. So overuse neurological diseases are more very common in occupational knee. So, but apart from that, we find many chemical agents. They will have many persons will present with just headache. That is a very common, and it is very difficult. We have to decide whether it's a occupational disease or is something that's pertaining to the patient's health. So in patients working in some high fume like carbon dioxide is raised, carbon dioxide, that's sulfide, any sewer workers, they present with a dull aching headache. So we have to find out what is the exposure. What is if the patient is being exposed to carbon monoxide or something. There can be in heavy metal working like lead, the fumes, if it is there, the patient may present with gross diffuse headache. That may be the manifestation of that. Then this is important, that is disturbance of memory and behavior. As I previously told, the family members used to come and say, my father or my mother is having this difficulty. She was fine 2 years ago, now he has started to forget. That may be early development Alzheimer's or this present type of presentation. So they are very common seen in lead poisoning, in rubber industry, in oil, coal tar industry. Even also in the city like Delhi, we are very exposed to this lead. Now due to some legislations that unleaded petrol has been started, but this is very common, not very uncommon disease. Then neuropsychological disturbances like euphoria, apathy, hallucination, these are not, we may say this is not uncommon, this is very quite common. In Parkinson's type of presentation can be also seen in some like carbon disulfide, carbon monoxide. Then coming to the peripheral neuropathy, as per sir told that they are very well present with overuse, but some chemicals like lead, arsenic, thallium, and another chemical that is MBK and X, these are solvents. This also can present with this. Then neuropathy due to toxic lead acetate. Lead, as per I can say, most of the neuropathies are present with lead and this tin and manganese. The neuropathy is due to acute trauma, overuse, and like compression. This can also occur in occupational diseases.
Nice. So, just a word from Dr. Alok sir. Sir, can you enlighten us about some nerve entrapment syndrome? Sir has already covered most of the neurologic manifestations as such.
Yeah, one of the commonest nerve entrapment syndromes is carpal tunnel in the environment of modern working man, and usually it is because of the keyboard activities which we keep doing. Now it is the most common clinical entity which is seen by a hand surgeon in USA. We don't have figures from our own country. The risk factors are as listed: female, diabetes mellitus, hypothyroidism, obesity, inflammatory diseases of the small joints like rheumatoid arthritis. They are all risk factors. Now, whenever there is increase in the carpal tunnel more than 30 mm of mercury by overuse, that damages the epineuron, which results in diminished conduction. Now, this typically happens when the wrist is either hyperflexed or when the wrist is hyperextended. So, the typical reading positions of newspaper can induce paresthesias, driving positions can induce paresthesias, and sometimes the people have the habit of keeping hand under the head while sleeping, resulting in night paresthesias. So these are all paresthesias. They happen in the palm, usually on the lateral 3.5 digits, and that shows that this patient is suffering from carpal tunnel syndrome. Clinically, it can be diagnosed by the Phelan's test and Durkheim's test. They are common MCQ questions. The condition is usually diagnosed by nerve conduction velocity and EMG. However, both these tests are not important. It is usually a clinical diagnosis. Now, the preventive treatment is night splinting. Now, this night splint, it usually splints the wrist in approximately 20 degrees of dorsiflexion, and that results in decompression of the carpal tunnel. That means in 20 degrees of dorsiflexion, the pressure inside the carpal tunnel, it does not exceed 30 mm of mercury. And if we use this night splint for approximately 6 weeks, usually the symptoms will reduce on their own without use of any other drugs. However, there are certain refractory cases where carpal tunnel injections can be done, and in severe cases, obviously, the transverse carpal ligament has to be incised. There is another nerve entrapment which is important, and that is coming these days, and it is the ulnar nerve entrapment, and it usually happens when we are sitting like this, right? Now, on the middle side of the forearm, the ulnar nerve, it gets compressed in between ulnar bone and the desk. So if we keep sitting like this, we can, even in normal people like us, can experience paresthesias in the little finger. So the treatment for that is usually activity modification again, as I told you, and padding of the elbow.
So I'm sorry to ask, sir, what will be the best position when we are sitting? You have defined disorders for sitting.
So the best position is that keep changing your position.
So message well taken. We must maintain our posture and prevent development of all these occupational hazards. So now, next moving on to another very important aspect, the psychological and the emotional aspects. Very frankly, as our chairperson would agree, we get exposure to these aspects only in our third year when we are in our community medicine department, and finally in our final year when we get proper exposure to psychiatry. So I would like to request Dr. Romsai Ramesh sir. Sir, could you outline the aspects, the psychological and emotional aspects of occupational health to us, sir?
Yeah, thank you. I would like to initiate my discussion by stating that most of us would be spending most of our time in our offices every day, every week, throughout our life. Can I have the first slide?
Yes, sir.
And I'm sure all of us accept if I say that, workplace as well as work would have greater impact on individuals' health, including mental health. But then why some people would have difficulty and why some people will not have any difficulty. Probably if we have to understand it in a very crude sense, probably there are certain risk factors associated with the individual, and there are certain risk factors which are associated with the work what the individual is doing, or there are certain factors which are related to the organization or an institute which he is working in. So there are a whole lot of things which would be varied from place to place. If we can try to understand, can I have the previous slide, please? Yes. If we look at the individual factors, there are a whole lot of things starting from the early childhood. How the interaction taken place between the nature and nurture, and the person has been grown up, how his temperament has been, and how his personality has been. If I have to name certain things, like for example, a person can have anxious personality traits, or impulsivity, or risk-taking behavior, or argumentativeness. All these things are basically in an individual by virtue of probably some genetic transmission which has taken place. So, and with the result of these things, probably they can have even poor coping skills. A same individual might be able to cope well in different situations, and same situation, different people will be coping in different aspects, different styles. So, and sometimes the individual becomes over ambitious, especially in a competitive era. They become very inward, over inward, and they cannot strike a balance between the personal life as well as work life, and they land up in trouble. Most of the time, it could be very evidently seen the person who has poor communication skills, especially both the vocal as well as non-verbal communication skills, what we always speak about, can make a big impact. And many a times we have seen that a person who has poor organizational skills, just to name some, maybe the prioritization, instead of taking up activity A, the person may land up in taking up activity B, which is not a priority, and land up in trouble. Likewise, can I have the next slide? Likewise, even there could be some job or the environmental factors which can give rise to the psychiatric problems in an individual, such as monotonous work, meaningless work, fragmented work. An individual is having a lot of abilities, but they are underutilized. Uncertainty. Most of the jobs you do find these kind of the characteristic features. And sometimes the work is so complex that the individual cannot initiate the work at all. And sometimes, as we have been hearing from various speakers, there are so many work profiles which are dangerous to the people who are working there. And of course, the time pressure, which is a major issue in the current scenario, and constant deadlines, and shift works, role ambiguity, and conflicts between the people can give rise to the problems. I don't want to name the entire, the list of psychiatric disorders which we can come across in our day-to-day psychiatric setup, but I would like to draw your attention to one simple aspect of this, that can there be any work-related symptoms which we can elicit in our day-to-day activity? Most of the times I have seen in our practice, these are the kind of symptoms which are presented. Maybe trouble in concentrating, remembering, making decisions, and impairment in performance at work, sleep problems, loss of interest in work, withdrawal from family, friends, co-workers, feeling pessimistic, hopeless, feeling slowed down, fatigue, suicide. These kind of symptoms are known to be work related. So therefore, in our day-to-day, clinical practice, if we come across, I assume that we should definitely give a thought to his professional work too. And sometimes, person becomes very cynical, critical, and difficult. They will have difficulty in attending to the work, or even they do go to the work, but they cannot start the work. We had one driver by profession. With great difficulty, we treated his depression, and he was, taken back home, and the family somehow supported him to go to the work regularly. He would go there, but he cannot drive. There could be many examples like this, and they become very irritable. Can I just 1 minute to the previous slide? Yeah, they become very irritable, less patient, and they lack the energy to be consistently productive, and they also land up in taking drugs. This is a major problem which we come across in our day-to-day life. If I have to name some common problems which we encounter in clinical practice, it could be adjustment disorder, anxiety disorder, depressive disorders, substance use disorder, suicide, common, and it is related to the work. For example, if I have to name certain professions, we had recently one Jawan, who is working in ITBP, presented with suicide. It's a very common in the certain sections of the populations. Next, please. Well, just a few important issues which I thought should carry forward is that whenever you have a person with depression, let's say, and he is not responding to the usual treatment, you look at his professional life. Probably there are certain issues which are related from other aspects of his life, so which are probably perpetuating it. Use objective scales and instead of clinical or subjective assessment like in your MSCs. I strongly advise most of our colleagues as well as students to use the scales and tools. And in fact, we do recommend to use international classification systems such as ICD-10 or DSM-4 or 5. And I also would like to draw your attention to one important caution to be kept in mind. That is, most important thing is to document. You never know which patient is going to have legal aspects. We will only know when he or she would go to the court of law. So therefore, wherever it is essential or wherever it is little important, you need to document everything and involve the family members in the management plan. Most of the times, if a psychiatric illness is not responding, probably the major reason could be poor social or poor family support. And you have to take double precautions, especially when you are issuing medical certificate, fitness certificate, and when you are advising rest, or when you are issuing disability certificate or certificate for special populations such as army. One gentleman was there in our ward, he was using guns. So we had to take extra precautions to give a certification as well as advice to such kind of professions. And I sincerely advise the forum to keep in mind that we need to update ourselves with the prevailing mental health care policies, because right now we are going through a major change because of the Mental Health Care Act 2017, which has come into effective now with a lot of provisions, and you are all supposed to be aware about such things. Next, please. Well, if we come across in our clinical setup, I don't take much time here, but then you should be able to try and figure it out whether this guy is having illness on one side, or is he healthy on other side, and or is he falling in between somewhere. Accordingly, we can give the suggestions to the individual, either to make certain precautions or strategies which can be easily dealt with before referring to the psychiatric setup. Next, please. Well, I am sure that mental health problems, mental illnesses, we have two folds of responsibilities. One is we need to reduce the risk, and on another hand, we have to promote the recovery. reduce the risk when I say that probably we need to keep the risk factors in mind and try to reduce them. On the other hand, we need to identify the problem early, diagnose appropriately, initiate the treatment, go for the comprehensive management skills, and then if necessary, probably referral can be a better option there. Next. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It was an elaborate discussion where we discussed right from the risk factors to the signs and symptoms and to diagnosis and maybe how to prevent the mental and these hazards. Maybe in doctors also we very frequently come across these symptoms, these signs and symptoms, and maybe we can apply it on a day-to-day basis even in our sector. Thank you, sir. So quickly moving on, we have now few very important aspects left to discuss. So my next question will be to Dr. Sunil, sir. Sir, can you elaborate regarding the hearing impairment as part of the occupational health, sir?
Definitely. Can we have a slide? So this summarizes the whole hearing aspects of this discussion. And fortunately, in the morning when I opened my Times of India, on the second page, this photograph was there. Wow. I was very pleased. Oh yeah, it solved my problem. I was stressed what to speak there. But when I came across this diagram, this photograph, oh, thank God, this is very handy to me. So actually, the issue is the noise exposure. How much is the noise exposed will lead to hearing problems? So that is the issue. So this diagram solves so many problems. What we discuss at the normal pace, at generally talk about 55 to 60 decibels. Any amount above this will lead to the problems. So the European standards are more stringent, but in Indian standards, 90 decibels for 8 hours is troublesome. It should not be more than 90 decibels for 8 hours. So that figure we have to be very careful. But in European standards, it's 85. And rest of the things are there, but who cares about this? Loud rocket concert, we are used to it. So we don't bother, but this is the main crux of the whole story we are talking about. So one should be very careful about all this. If you go home, and please I suggest you to please open the second page of the Times of India, you will have all these things. Another interesting thing was on 3rd March we are having the hearing day, World Hearing Day. So that is also important, madam. I think you must be more concerned about this. So the now issue is how to reduce these hearing issues or this noise exposure. There are 3 things we can do it for our workers. Number 1 is the engineered reduction of the noise. Can we have a next slide, please? So we want to reduce the noise, and in majority of our industries, the lalas, they don't want to spend so much. They continue with the same kind of equipment, factories. They are not interested. They want to cut the corners and they have maximum benefit for their pockets, but they are hardly bothered about the workers. So this is quite a lot of investments. We need a lot of innovations, and apart from this, legislation is there, but we are not following it or not. We are not executing it. And most important thing, as far as doctors are concerned, we have to impart the health education to all our workers, and especially the ASI, where they are doing this kind of a job very nicely. Coming to the next step is, this is the time exposure. You might note that why this 92, 93, 8. So they say that if we double the power of this intensity of the sound, so in that way, so we have to decrease this pressure, decibel level 3. So that is why if we increase the 90 to 93, the exposure time should reduce half, 4 decibel. This is again important thing. Coming to the next, so this is the personal protection to our workers. We can advise them. We have mufflers, we have headbands, we have your inserts and customized. We think these are very easy to say, but not in our domain. But we must impart the health education to our workers so that we can save the hearings. And mind it, these hearing losses are completely preventable. That we must emphasize that these issues are preventable. We must take care of these issues.
Thank you, sir. Wonderfully summarized. I will definitely read the Times of India today. So moving on to the next question. So I would now moving on to another aspect, a very important aspect, the Department of Dentistry. regarding the occupational hazards. Sir, my question to Dr. Purvesh sir. So what are the occupational hazards that you come across in your fields, and what can be the protective measures that we can take to prevent them, sir?
Okay. Now, first we need to understand that if you want to have a healthy body, right, each system should work properly. And oral tissue or dental tissue is a very important tissue of the body. Now, as Dr. Niharika and Ashish were saying about infection control, now the same blood which is going into your heart, into your brain, into your lungs, into your kidney is also going into your oral tissues, into the dental tissue also. So exposure to any amount of any drug or any amount of toxic things would ultimately affect your dental and oral tissues also in one way. Secondly, if you see, as Dr. Sood was telling us about the orthopedic part, the musculoskeletal part. Now, the joint of the body which works maximum time is the temporomandibular joint, right? And that is the only joint of the body, if he agrees with me, the two joints, right and left, which work simultaneously. So the problem becomes doubly, geometrically doubled directly. And especially when you are to stress, any person who is to stress would have somewhat of internal derangements in his oral tissues, into his joint area, because he's going to chew repeatedly, he's going to bite repeatedly, he's going to bruxel repeatedly, and that is ultimately going to spoil his joint up, or the masticatory muscles which are there, and ultimately resulting in a disease called as myofascial pain dysfunction syndrome, MPDS. And these patients typically come to us back again with facial pain. Okay? So you need to handle them both psychologically as well as pharmacologically also. That's a very important thing. Third, as far as occupational hazard is concerned, for the maxillofacial tissue, dental tissue is the face. So any amount of area where you're working, a high risk area, you will have to use some sort of protective equipment, a helmet, a face guard or something to protect your face. Especially in athletes, athletic people, or children who want to play around, contact sports, you need to wear a mouth guard appliance because your tissue, dental tissues are exposed to any trauma there. So that's again a very important aspect. Third, what you see is maximum people who come to us basically are workers, and because of the stress profile of long and poverty and economic issues there, they tend to be dependent on tobacco and betel nuts. And once they get dependent on tobacco and betel nuts, they become a high-risk category for having oral cancer, as Dr. Suli also agreed. Now, when we diagnose them with oral cancer, right, the mortality increases drastically. Whatever you might do surgery, you might do radiotherapy, chemotherapy, a combination of it, the survival would be not more than 50-20%. But if you try to diagnose them at an early stage, that's called the oral potentially malignant disorder stage, when he's a high risk category and has these lesions, a white lesion or red lesion or a combination, or oral submucous fibrosis, which is very common in our country, in our region of the Asia. And we try to treat them with prevention. The results become very high. Okay? So that's one, again, an area which needs to be taken care of. Again, bruxism would result in attrition of the teeth. The tooth would become attrited out, and when they become attrited out, the enamel is the hardest product of the tissue, or the body, I would say. It's harder than bone. Yes. But once it's attrited out, it results in the dentine being exposed, and these patients will having excruciating pain or hypersensitive teeth. So that is another area where a stress would cause it. And of course, after ulcers in the oral tissue. So this is for a common worker, a workplace induced one. The other is basically with healthcare. Now, healthcare professionals, as oral healthcare professionals, we are induced into many things. Could be blood, because an oral tissue is always in contact, the saliva and oral tissue is always in contact with blood. So you would be exposed, or oral professionals would be exposed to HIV patients, HB, and the peculiarity is you cannot take a history of these patients. You will have to provide the treatment to them, and you wear the universal precautions. You will have to do universal precautions and treat the patients also. These are the main areas I think will be elaborated. But the main thing is we should not rule out the dental and oral tissues from the rest of the body. That's the big one.
Point taken, sir. So every aspect of the body can be involved. Very importantly, every aspect of the body involvement can be prevented, as we have discussed in all these discussions. So very quickly we'll summarize just 2-3 important points. We've already discussed them. So what are the occupational cancers of the lung? Dr. Niharika, I think we have already mentioned regarding them. So just a quick word on that.
So the occupational cancers we have already discussed, and we have there are certain these are the risk factors being like asbestos, arsenic, nickel, chromium, coal tar, radioactive. So there is increased tendency for bronchogenic carcinomas, and especially a person coming to the OPD with a long-standing, with a history of 4-5 months of cough, weight loss, and we suspect to be it could be a malignancy. We asked, I mean, especially we took a history of tobacco exposure, how Baba kitni bidi lete hain. So that is one thing, but we forget about the passive smoking. So there is an occupational hazard. Passive smoking is a great occupational hazard. The person saying, "Main to nahi bidi pita," but then again, the passive smoking is very important in occupational history, taking exposure, history of all these risk factors. I mean, these contributing factors to the malignancy. It's very important. Again, we have mesotheliomas, which is again exposure to asbestos. So while that is the crux is smoking, passive smoking and occupational history is very important while we are dealing with malignancies of lung.
Thank you, ma'am. So the last question for today, sir, Dr. Ashish, sir, we will sum it up with you. So ma'am has already discussed the pulmonary cancers. A word regarding the non-pulmonary cancers?
About non-pulmonary, about cancers per se, I'll say one thing. It's a bad news to the patient and is a headache for the physician. Because compensation comes into picture, it's a big chunk of compensation comes into picture. So this cancers, you have to be very sure, because skin involvement is very common. Even I told that this many irritants and all the things. Skin cancer, the first cancer which was diagnosed in occupational disease, that was carcinoma of the scrotum, and that was a skin cancer. So skin cancer we have to find. Then second thing is bladder carcinoma. Although this incidence has come down because aniline drugs and this type of drugs, this type of dyes use has drastically reduced. So bladder carcinoma. Then coming to leukemia, and this is the upcoming. Now the incidence is gradually increasing. It has not come down because leukemia due to radioactive, then the different benzene compounds, aromatic compounds use has increased even in our daily practice. So a patient exposed to daily practice and occupational, so the carcinoma, leukemia, hematologic malignancy have come up. So this has to be kept in mind.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all panelists. Now I would like to request the chairpersons to conclude the session.
We can take questions from the audience. This has been a very comprehensive session. But if there are any pressing questions from the audience, we can take that. I think everybody is very tired and exhausted, and it has been an exhaustive session. Thank you, the panelists with wide, experience, and they brought up very good points. Thank you, my co-chair, and thank you, active moderator. I have got only 2 points to make. One is that we began with noise, right? So now another important thing which we are facing is the problem of our youth. We are seeing very young children with the audio devices and all that, who are coming with the hearing loss. So the decision has been taken, basically to build the devices in such a way that the frequency does not go very high. The second important thing which I wanted to add in context of smokeless tobacco, which has now become a hidden epidemic, So this is where we are going to talk about, we are doing some survey work also. Even children as early as 5th to 6th standard are, indulging in that. So it is very, very important to have, the education messages. But second part is that when you pointed out about the oral cancers and
अभी तो काम चल रहा है
government of India has also taken cognizance of establishing cessation
निकल जाऊँ
clinics in every district. So that is one
कौन सी
thing
वाली
we
हो
have to keep that in mind.
5 मिनट में खत्म होने वाला है हाँ पहुँच जाओ ठीक 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 है ठीक है हाँ हाँ दे दो
All the panelists have brought up very beautifully. Now I request my co-chair and the chair of scientific committee to add some points.
I would like to thank all the speakers and chairpersons, and especially the moderator, sir, for such a nice and wonderful panel discussion held. Now it's time for the valedictory session. So, as a token of appreciation, I would like to call upon our chairpersons, Dr. Sunila Garg ma'am and Dr. Jyoti Khandekar ma'am, to kindly come forward and felicitate our speakers. I request our chairpersons to kindly felicitate Dr. Alok Sood sir with a certificate and a memento. Now I request our chairpersons to kindly felicitate Dr. Sunil Kumar sir with a certificate and a memento. I request our chairpersons to kindly felicitate Dr. Parvesh Mehra sir with a certificate and a memento. Thank you, sir. Now I request our chairperson to kindly felicitate Dr. Om Sai Amesh V sir with a certificate and a memento. I request our chairperson to kindly felicitate Dr. Niharika Agrawal ma'am with a certificate and a memento. Now I request our chairpersons to kindly felicitate moderator Dr. Pranav Ish sir with a certificate and a memento.
Hello.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to call upon Dr. Ashish Mehra sir to kindly come forward for felicitation.
अभी यहाँ पे है ना क्या बोलते हैं डॉक्टरों का वो है हाँ उसी पे हाँ देखा
Thank you, sir. Now, as a token of gratitude, now I would like to call upon Dr. Balraj Dhiman sir, Director Professor, Department of Community Medicine, Lady Harding Medical College, to kindly come forward on the stage to felicitate Dr. Sunila Garg ma'am with a memento.
ठीक हाँ ठीक है सर ओके सर ओके
I request Dr. Rama Pathak ma'am kindly come forward on the stage to kindly felicitate Dr. Jyoti Khandekar ma'am with a certificate and a memento. Thank you, ma'am. Now I request all the participants, all the audience to kindly come forward for a group photograph. All the panelists, chairpersons, and everyone who is left in the audience to kindly come forward for a photograph, group photograph.
Where's the